Chapter 27. That's right. The Six Paths Pagoda has its own dimension within the Six Paths realm. We need to get closer to the Six Paths Pagoda before we can enter, Kakashi said. Thus, Zhou and Kakashi walked towards the Six Paths Pagoda. When they were within 100 meters of the Six Paths Pagoda, the surrounding space rippled slightly. Zhou didn't even feel any discomfort as he and Kakashi suddenly appeared in a bright white space. This is the space of the Six Paths Pagoda's first floor. The art of Six Paths is divided into divine body, divine soul, divine martial, divine might, divine evasion, and divine armament. The six paths correspond to the first to six floors of the pagoda respectively, Kakashi explained while Zhou was still puzzled by the sudden change in scenery. Zhou was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Then, this is the divine body path?" "That's right," Kakashi replied before he shouted towards the space in front of him, "Pagoda Masters, please come out and meet the Sacred Land's inheritor." Just as Kakashi finished speaking, Zhou felt an immense pressure descend upon him. In an instant, he felt as if his body was going to explode. However, this situation lasted for less than a second before the pressure disappeared. At the same time, six slightly illusory figures appeared less than 5 meters in front of Zhou and Jian Wuxuan. "Pagoda Masters, this is the information of the inheritor, Zhou." Kakashi's eyes shot out 2 rays of blue light, and a blue screen appeared in front of the 6 Pagoda Masters. However, Zhou couldn't see what was on the screen from behind. "Oh, Imperial Universe Bloodline Purity. Unfortunately, the concentration is too low. It's very difficult to reach the Imperial Universe Bloodline. Sigh, times are different now. Imperial Universe Bloodline is something that can only be found by chance. Nurture him well, and no one can say for sure that he won't become a transcendent." Tianwu is right. "Then let's pass. I have no objections. I have no objections." Because the screen was blocked, Zhou did not know who the 6 Tower Masters were and what they were talking about. However, when he heard the word approved, he still felt relieved. He lowered his head slightly and waited for the 6 Tower Masters to finish their discussion. After a while, Kakashi retracted the blue screen. Zhou raised his head and looked. This time, he clearly saw the appearance of the 6 Tower Masters. He immediately started sweating. Among the 6 Tower Masters, the first one on the left was a handsome young man who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. His upper body was naked, and his muscles were not exaggerated. His lower body was covered in a pair of black trousers, which made him look very fierce. The second person was a beautiful woman dressed in black. She wore a tight black dress and had a graceful figure, coupled with a charming and alluring face. Zhou was almost infatuated with her at first glance. No, there's something strange about this woman. When Zhou realized that he was in a trance, he bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to wake up. However, his heart was filled with fear. The third person was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 30 years old. He wore a black battlesuit that looked similar to Zhou's. Overall, he gave off an extremely dignified and domineering feeling. The 4th Tower Master, Zhou at first glance, thought that he was a meatball. Fine, he was actually a man who was so fat that he could not be any fatter. His 2 eyes were so small that they were like slits. From time to time, he would glance at the chest of the 2nd Tower Master. The 5th Tower Master was an old man with a red beard who looked to be about 70 years old. His eyes were very big and very spirited. When Zhou looked at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. The last Tower Master was even more amazing. He actually had a pacifier in his mouth. Moreover, he looked like a little boy of 1 or 2 years old. The fact that he could stand there so steadily gave Zhou a feeling of miracle. After Zhou sized up the 6 Tower Masters, the 16 or 17-year-old young man said, "You are Zhou, right? From today onwards, you are the inheritor of the Zhou sacred ground. Later, we will ask Kakashi to bring you to the Precious Treasure Pavilion to pick up a treasure. This is a rare opportunity. You should cherish it because if you want to enter the Precious Treasure Pavilion in the future, you will need to obtain our approval in the Trial of 6 Paths." "All right, Let us introduce ourselves. The young man paused and continued. My name is Zhou Miaodi, the Tower Master of the Divine Martial Hall. Zhou Jiwen, Divine Soul, Dao Pagoda Master. Immediately after, the beauty in black opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was extremely smooth and soft, causing one to feel weak. When Zhou Jie heard this extremely gentle and charming voice, he felt his body lighten, and his mind actually became a little dizzy. Jiwen. At this moment, the cold-looking middle-aged man shouted in a low voice, waking up Zhou Jie, who was in a daze. Hearing this, Zhou Jiwen quickly stuck out her tongue playfully and withdrew her seductive manner. At this moment, the cold-looking middle-aged man also said to Zhou Jie, this one is Zhou Tianwu, the Tower Master of the Divine Martial Hall. Jiwen is playful. Your Highness, please don't blame her. Hearing this, Zhou Jie recovered from his embarrassment and couldn't help but ask in confusion, Your Highness? How did I become Your Highness? In response, Zhou Tianwu replied solemnly, the inheritor of the Zhou sacred ground is the Holy Sun. When you have enough strength, you can take over the position of the clan master. When the clan master abdicates, you will be the grand elder. Oh. Hearing this, Zhou Jie nodded in a daze. Then, he realized that in this situation, he was inexplicably nervous and at a loss for what to do. Then, it was the extremely fat man's turn. He smiled at Zhou Jie rather wretchedly before saying, I am Zhou Longwei, the Tower Master of the Divine Martial Hall. Then, it was the red-bearded old man's turn. I am Zhou Moji, the Tower Master of the Divine Martial Hall. Zhou Moji. Zhou Jie was a little puzzled when he heard this name. Finally, it was the 2-year-old child who used his rather childish voice to introduce himself like an old man. I am Zhou Godun, the Tower Master of the Divine Martial Hall. Zhou Godun. Zhou Jie instantly felt as if his heart had been struck by lightning. After hearing the self-introductions of the 6 Tower Masters, Zhou Jie's face darkened. He turned around and saw Kakashi's calm face. However, from his tightly pursed lips, Zhou Jie knew that he must be laughing in his heart. All right, Your Highness is still too weak to take the test of the trial of the 6 paths. Your Highness can take our test after you become a Star Lord. At this time, Zhou Tianwu spoke again. At the same time, a ball of white light lit up in his left hand. Then he threw the white light to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, take the extraordinary token and open the treasure pavilion. Let His Highness enter and choose a treasure. I'll leave this matter to you. Kakashi excitedly caught the white light that Zhou Tianwu threw to him. His eyes lit up and he repeatedly said, Okay, leave it to me, Kakashi. Don't worry. After doing all this, the 6 Tower Masters looked at Zhou Jie and nodded to Zhou Jie. Then, they disappeared in front of Zhou Jie's eyes. After the 6 Tower Masters left, Zhou Jie was still in a daze. Meanwhile, Kakashi was already jumping in joy. Wow. The extraordinary token. You can choose a treasure from the treasure pavilion. Kakashi's last sentence was said to Zhou Jie. His excited expression made Zhou Jie wonder if Kakashi was trying to steal the chance to enter the treasure pavilion with him. I don't think you're the one going in to get the treasure. Why are you so excited? Zhou Jie finally couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Kakashi immediately stopped jumping around and rolled his eyes at Zhou Jie. Can't I be happy for you? You don't know how precious this chance to enter the treasure pavilion is. Apart from this one chance, if you want to enter again in the future, unless you become a transcendent, you'll only have 6 chances at most. Moreover, these 6 chances are the result of the one chance each of the 6 Tower Masters can give you. You can't even imagine how difficult it is to get the recognition of each of the 6 Tower Masters. Hearing this, Zhou Jie looked calm and said, We'll talk about other chances in the future. What I need to do now is to seize the opportunity in front of me. Take me to get the treasure. Kakashi, that makes sense. Okay, let's go. As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, a strange wave hit Zhou Jie. He only felt his consciousness go blank for a moment, and the scene in front of him returned to the light green space he had been in before, which was the Six Paths realm. Chapter 28. At this moment, Kakashi emphasized to Zhou Jie, "Hee, when I open the precious treasure pavilion, you can go in and take the treasures. Remember, you can only choose one item." Zhou Jie thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, is it possible for me to get good treasures with my current strength? What are the treasures in the precious treasure pavilion? Are there any weapons such as laser guns?" Kakashi, who was about to use the extraordinary token to open the precious treasure pavilion, heard Zhou Jie's question and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He turned to Zhou Jie and said helplessly, "Zhou Jie, what do you want me to say to you? The treasures in the precious treasure pavilion can only be used by Star Lords at the very least. It's true that you won't be able to get good treasures if you go in and take the treasures, but anything you get will be a great opportunity for you right now. As for the laser gun you mentioned, come on, that's just a kid's toy, okay? In front of Star Lords, not to mention laser guns. Even laser cannons won't be able to hurt them." Kakashi's righteous indignation stunned Zhou Jie. "Are they that good? Why are the treasures so good?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask again after recovering from the shock. Kakashi was speechless again. He sighed and said, "Okay, don't worry about that. Just go in and take the treasures. When you see the treasures, you'll know how insignificant technology is in front of the power of laws." Power of laws? Zhou Jie frowned when he heard the word law again. Seeing that Zhou Jie was at a loss again, Kakashi gave up and said, Okay, I can't explain it to you. You'll understand in the future." Okay. Zhou Jie had never been a person who liked to pester. Seeing that Kakashi was impatient, he didn't ask anymore. Then, Kakashi activated the extraordinary token with his own energy and projected the energy into the void in front of him. Boom, 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 the light green void vibrated, and then it tore open at a speed visible to the naked eye. A huge, dark three-story pavilion suddenly appeared there, causing Zhou Jie to be surprised. "Zhou Jie, come here and walk to the extraordinary token. The energy of the extraordinary token will send you to the precious treasure pavilion." Kakashi shouted at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie stepped forward and stood within the energy released by the transcendence token. In an instant, Zhou Jie's entire body soared into the air and flew towards the precious treasure pavilion's entrance like an arrow. When Zhou Jie regained his vision, he was already in the space on the first floor of the precious treasure pavilion. There were no separate rooms on the first floor of the precious treasure pavilion. Zhou Jie looked around and saw the entire first floor. However, Zhou Jie felt that the area of the bottom floor of the precious treasure pavilion that he could see from the outside was far smaller than when he was inside. Although he could see every corner of the precious treasure pavilion, when his vision reached the edge of the precious treasure pavilion, he couldn't even see things the size of a human body clearly. The first floor of the precious treasure pavilion was not only empty, but it was also more than 20 meters high. About 1 meter from the ground, there were hundreds of messy things floating in the air. The reason why he said they were messy was because Zhou Jie had never seen any of these things before. What's this? There's no introduction yet. Is it all based on intuition? Zhou Jie looked at the dart-like thing that was pieced together by 4 knives and couldn't help but frown. Then I'll choose a weapon that suits me. Zhou Jie glanced around and found that the so-called treasures were all strange cold weapons. He felt a trace of helplessness and thought to himself. After walking for a while, Zhou Jie finally took a fancy to a scimitar that was about 3 feet long. This was the first weapon he saw that could be called a normal model. Weeping Devil, Zhou Jie approached the scimitar and glanced at the unfamiliar words engraved on the blade. Miraculously, he understood them and immediately read them out loud. "This is amazing." Zhou Jie immediately realized that he understood the unfamiliar words on the scimitar and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Then I'll choose you." Zhou Jie thought to himself and reached out to grab Weeping Devil. However, when Zhou Jie's hand was still a little away from Weeping Devil, Zhou Jie's mind went boom. A powerful consciousness rushed into Zhou Jie's soul realm, causing Zhou Jie to lose consciousness in an instant. When he quickly regained consciousness, he found himself in a vast white space. "Who are you?" Before Zhou Jie could adapt to the current environment, a voice sounded in his ears. Then, a young man in a black robe appeared in front of Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was stunned by this. When he reacted, he immediately answered truthfully, "My name is Zhou Jie. I'm the current successor of the Zhou sacred ground." The current successor? The black-robed young man frowned, and his expression turned ugly. "You haven't even reached the middle stage of the mortal body realm. The sacred ground successor actually chose you?" When Zhou Jie heard this, he clearly felt dissatisfaction from the other party's words. There was even a hint of disdain. Obviously, the black-robed young man looked down on Zhou Jie's strength. Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown. He knew his strength very well. He was considered a mid-level existence in the Imperial Exterminator Organization. It was difficult to produce an existence like him among tens of millions of people. However, the other party said that he hadn't even reached the middle stage of the mortal body realm. This made Zhou Jie very surprised. If he wasn't even at the middle stage of the mortal body realm, then how strong would a Star Lord be? And above there were the Lord, Emperor, Emperor Yu, Master Yu, and so on. How strong would a Star Lord be? However, although Zhou Jie was shocked, he wasn't willing to accept being looked down upon. Therefore, he quickly replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Senior, Kakashi said that I have the bloodline of Emperor Yu, so I'm qualified to be the successor of the sacred ground." Bloodline of Emperor Yu. This time, it was the black-robed young man's turn to be surprised. At the same time, the way he looked at Zhou Jie changed instantly. Then, the black-robed young man suddenly sighed and said with emotion, "When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven." The divine ancestor of the Zhou family is indeed standing at the peak of all the universes. After sighing, the black-robed young man turned to Zhou Jie and said to him, "Since you have the bloodline of Emperor Yu, you can at least become an emperor. Sooner or later, my weeping devil won't match your strength. I suggest you go to the 3rd floor and see if you can get the approval of the Emperor Yu's weapon." After the black-robed young man said this, Zhou Jie didn't have time to say anything before he felt his eyes light up. He was in a trance, and then he was back to the 1st floor of the treasure pavilion. When Zhou Jie came back to his senses, he saw that Weeping Devil was still quietly floating in front of him. At the same time, he felt that it was strange, and at the same time, he bowed to Weeping Devil. Then, Zhou Jie continued to walk into the depths of the treasure pavilion. After a while, Zhou Jie came to the entrance of the staircase to the 2nd floor. Following the staircase, Zhou Jie went up to the 2nd floor. Although the 2nd floor was much smaller, the furnishings were exactly the same as the 1st floor. There were still all kinds of strange treasures floating there. However, this time, Zhou Jie only looked at it for a while before he went up the staircase to the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion. The scene on the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion was completely different from what Zhou Jie had expected. There were no longer treasures floating in the air like on the 1st and 2nd floors. Instead, there were only 7 pale, white vortexes of different sizes floating in the air. Zhou Jie glanced at the 7 vortexes and found that the vortex in the middle had the largest diameter and was located in the middle. The other 6 vortexes were like stars surrounding the moon. Therefore, Zhou Jie couldn't help but focus all his attention on the vortex in the middle. Then let's go there. Zhou Jie could be considered as a newborn calf that was not afraid of tiger. He had taken a fancy to the fact that the vortex was relatively large, so he decisively walked towards the central vortex. This time, when Zhou Jie was less than 2 meters away from the vortex, the feeling of teleportation hit him again. When Zhou Jie opened his eyes again, he was stunned by the scene in front of him in the next second. In the endless darkness, a huge vertical, I was staring straight at Zhou Jie. When Zhou Jie realized that all this was not an illusion, even if he had a strong mind, he still felt a little frightened. After all, this situation was too incredible and did not conform to scientific common sense. What are you? After the shock, Zhou Jie suppressed the fear in his heart and asked the huge vertical eye. I am the device spirit of the chaotic demon sealing lock. To Zhou Jie's surprise, the huge vertical eye opened and closed and replied with a rumbling voice. Chapter 29. Artifact Spirit. Zhou Jie was puzzled when he heard that, but he didn't dare to ask any questions in the face of the huge vertical eye. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at the vertical eye. Okay, I'm here to pick a treasure. Do you have any treasures here? Faced with Zhou Jie's silly question, the giant vertical eye naturally didn't show any disdain. It only asked, Are you the current holy son? Zhou Jie was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that Zhou Tianwu had told him that he was already the holy son of the Zhou sacred land. He nodded and replied, Yes, Kakashi said that I have the Imperial Universe bloodline. Zhou Jie didn't want to show off by telling the situation of his bloodline. It was just that from his previous experience, the level of bloodline was obviously very important. Even if he didn't say it, the other party would probably ask, so he just said it. However, the giant vertical eye wasn't as surprised as the black-robed young man when it heard about Zhou Jie's bloodline. It only said, the Imperial Universe bloodline. That's very good. Unfortunately, you're too weak now. Even if I want to recognize you as my master, I can't follow you. You have to be at least a Star Lord to withstand my overflowing power and take me out of here. When Zhou Jie heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless. He thought to himself, Is it really that exaggerated? I'm actually so weak that I can't carry it. Well, if it's this huge vertical eye, then forget it. I don't even know where to put it. Zhou Jie was speechless when he thought about it. He said to the giant vertical eye helplessly, Okay, sorry to disturb you. I'll visit you again when I become a Star Lord. Seeing Zhou Jie like this, the giant vertical eye said, You're too weak. It's difficult to find a suitable treasure for you, even on the first floor. But since you have the Imperial Universe bloodline, I'll let the Thunder Soul give you a 9 Heavens Thunder Soul Pearl. I'll seal it and take it out for you. When you come again, you can return the pearl. If possible, I'll come out with you. When Zhou Jie heard this, even though he felt helpless towards the evaluation of his strength being too weak, he was still very excited when he heard that he could obtain a treasure at this moment. After all, judging from various aspects, any one of the treasures in this treasure pavilion seemed to be unimaginable to him, and they were treasures that he didn't deserve. He was already lucky to be able to obtain even one of them. Thank you. Zhou Jie thanked it. At this time, the giant vertical eye also said, The 9 Heavens Thunder Soul Pearl is an Imperial Universe weapon. It's composed of 99 Thunder Soul Pearls. Even a single Thunder Soul Pearl is the best Lord-level magic weapon. Although I'll let the Thunder Soul seal most of the Thunder Soul Pearl's energy, it's not easy for you to accept it. You'll have to rely on yourself. When Zhou Jie heard this, he felt a repulsive force hit him. The next second, he appeared outside the central white vortex. Immediately afterward, a terrifying white lightning blasted out from a white vortex behind Zhou Jie, and it instantly came into contact with Zhou Jie's body. For a moment, even though Zhou Jie had been specially trained to endure, he couldn't help but roar in pain. The pure white power of thunder and lightning wreaked havoc in every cell of Zhou Jie's body. The moment the thunder and lightning came into contact, Zhou Jie felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. The pain that was several times more intense than childbirth was simply unbearable to him, and he nearly died from the pain. But the strange thing was that although the lightning power and the pain it brought could kill Zhou Jie didn't die of pain or electrocution because of a mysterious healing power. Instead, under the refining of the lightning power, the cells in his body were crazily destroyed and rebuilt, making Zhou Jie's body stronger at an incredible speed. The pain continued, but Zhou Jie found that as time passed, the pain gradually weakened. Instead, it was replaced by a strong numbness and a strong, pumping feeling that vaguely came from the cells in his body. However, because his whole body was covered by the lightning power, Zhou Jie couldn't move much. He could only bear the pain silently, and it lasted for a few days. Sunstar, outside the Tianxing Technology Building. The silver-haired Ross appeared on the side of the building, wearing a dark gray combat suit. Then his eyes stopped at the 11th floor of the building. Ross then leaped from the ground into the air. He flew like an arrow, leaving the bow, and landed in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass on the 11th floor of the building. Because of the kidnapping of Ding Xiaoyu last time, the security outside the Tianqing Technology Building had been strengthened. 2 surveillance flying robots were arranged on each side of the building 24 hours a day. However, the moment Ross took off from the ground, the 2 surveillance robots on this side suddenly fell from the sky and hit the ground one after another. The loss of contact with the 2 surveillance robots instantly set off an alarm in the monitoring room. The person in charge immediately called the security department. Ding Junfeng, who was in the chairman's office on the 15th floor, also received the call immediately. Wang Long, who was present, immediately stood up from the sofa vigilantly. "Chairman, hurry up and find a place to hide. I'll go check on Miss," Wang Long said to Ding Junfeng. Ding Junfeng also had the same idea. Hearing this, he immediately nodded and said, "Okay." On the 11th floor, Ding Xiaoyu, as usual, was lying on the bed in her room, bored out of her mind and surfing the internet. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyu heard a loud bang, and the whole floor seemed to shake. Ding Xiaoyu was suddenly scared out of her wits, but she couldn't help it because she judged that the sound just now seemed to have come from the living room outside. However, just as Ding Xiaoyu was feeling bewildered, Fan Xiat's screams came from outside again. "Ah, help!" But this scream lasted for less than 2 seconds, and then it stopped abruptly, as if its neck had been broken. At this time, Ding Xiaoyu was 100% sure that something big had happened in the living room in her room, and that Fan Xiat might have died an unnatural death just now. "Zhou Jie." In her panic, Ding Xiaoyu couldn't help but call out Zhou Jie's name. But soon she realized that Zhou Jie had been gone for 3 days. In desperation, Ding Xiaoyu quickly hid under the bed, ignoring the dust that had accumulated for a few days. Ding Xiaoyu nervously lay under the bed, carefully listening to the sounds outside. But what surprised her was that after Fan Xiat's screams stopped, the outside world became so quiet that she could even hear her own breathing. About half a minute passed, and Ding Xiaoyu didn't hear the sound of her room door being opened. This made her secretly relieved, because she knew that the noise just now would definitely attract Wang Long from the 15th floor. He would arrive soon, and there would be nothing that he couldn't handle. However, just as Ding Xiaoyu was thinking about this, she suddenly heard a slight sneer from the bedside. Ding Xiaoyu's mouth opened wide in an instant. In the next second, with a loud bang, the entire bed above her head was sent flying into the air. In the woods on the outskirts of Rongxin City, an enormous G-class spaceship was parked in an open space, but the surrounding light was refracted, so this giant spaceship couldn't be seen from the outside. At this moment, Zhou Jie and Kakashi were in the spaceship's control room. "How is it?" After Kakashi looked at it for a while, Zhou Jie asked. "It's not damaged, but it doesn't have enough energy. It can fly after recharging." Kakashi excitedly touched the various buttons and meters around the control screen, then turned to Zhou Jie with a smile and said, "You know how to pilot this spaceship, right?" Then, Zhou Jie remembered that he didn't know how to pilot such an advanced spaceship, so he immediately asked. When Kakashi heard this, he immediately pulled his neck and said unhappily, "Of course, who am I, Kakashi? How can I not know how to pilot a spaceship?" As he spoke, Kakashi had already activated the spaceship's main computer system. "That's good," Zhou Jie said nonchalantly. In his opinion, Kakashi should also know how to pilot a spaceship. However, in less than half a minute, Kakashi, who was fiddling with the main computer system, angrily slapped the computer screen and said, "Are you kidding me? This is such a high-tech spaceship, and it doesn't even have an autopilot mode. How am I supposed to pilot it?" Zhou Jie. After a moment of speechlessness, Zhou Jie came behind Kakashi and said, "So, you don't know how to pilot it?" Who knew that Kakashi would pull his neck again when he heard this, and said with an unconvinced look, "Who said that? You wait, let me think about it for a while." Chapter 30. Finally, Kakashi figured out the autopilot system of the spaceship after a long time. However, the energy of the spaceship was so low that most of the functions were in a standby state, including the autopilot system brought by the artificial intelligence of the spaceship. Therefore, Kakashi said to Jia helplessly, "Sigh, this won't do. The spaceship needs to be recharged before it can fly. I've already turned on the autopilot. It should be fully charged in 9 days." 9 days? Jia frowned. He was now being hunted by the organization, and every moment he stayed on Solar Star was an additional moment of danger. Therefore, Jia thought for a moment and asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, how's your combat strength? Can you fight a mortal body state?" Kakashi answered Jia's sudden question without hesitation. "I'm an artificial life form, not a combat robot. I don't know how to fight, and I don't have any means of attack. At most, I have more energy, but when it comes to fighting, well, I can't even beat someone like you. Of course, even a Star-Lord can't damage my body." Jia's hope was dashed when he heard Kakashi's answer. He could not help but touch his forehead and ask Kakashi, "Is there a way to speed up the charging of the spaceship?" Kakashi said, "There is. If you charge it with extraordinary coins, it can take off directly. However, no matter how advanced the technology is, it can't efficiently convert extraordinary energy. Most of the energy in the extraordinary coins will be wasted." When Jia heard this, he thought about the value of one extraordinary coin and suddenly felt a little reluctant. So he asked, "Is there any other way?" "Well, I can also recharge the spaceship. It can be recharged in 2 days, but it's too boring." Kakashi was interrupted by Jia when he said this. "Then let's do that. You charge it." "Huh? Jia, how can you do this? I still want to explore this planet." Kakashi said anxiously when he heard that Jia wanted him to stay on the spaceship to recharge. When Jia saw this, he said, "What's there to see? Having you charge, it is the most cost-effective plan. Let's do it." "No, I want to go to this planet to eat delicious food." Kakashi pretended to be pitiful and looked at Jia with eager eyes. Jia felt a chill run down his spine, but he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You can still eat? Aren't you a robot?" Upon hearing the question, Kakashi immediately puffed out his chest and said with some pride, "Of course I can eat. I can eat a lot. I have a more sensitive sense of taste and smell than ordinary people. The things I eat can also be decomposed into odorless gas." Hee, awesome, right? Jia was stunned when he heard this. He felt that something was not right. The food he ate emitted gas? Wasn't that bullshit? What was there to show off? However, when Kakashi said this, Jia also felt a little helpless. After thinking about it, he could only take a step back and say, "Then you stay on the spaceship to recharge. I'll go buy food for you." When Jia said this, Kakashi's eyes lit up. He said excitedly to Jia, Okay. It must be delicious. Bring more, no less than a ton." Jia nodded subconsciously when he heard this. He immediately realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but turn around and glare at Kakashi. "A ton? You can eat that much?" Who knew that when Jia asked this, Kakashi looked puzzled and asked in return, "Is a ton a lot? I'm still afraid that you can't bring too much." Right, Jia, you have a space ring. Bring 8 or 10 tons. Jia, "Okay, 1 ton, I got it." After being speechless for a while, Jia said and turned around to leave. He didn't care that Kakashi was still calling him from behind. That's not right. Jia, it's 10 tons. 10 tons. In a large supermarket near the suburbs of Rongshin City, Food Wong's supermarket, Jia was buying crazily in the snack section. A few minutes later, under the strange gazes of the people around him, Jia pushed 2 shopping carts that were 1 foot high out of the frame to the checkout area. Then, Jia called a supermarket waiter and said to him, "I want all these. You calculate the cost first. I'll go and push a few more carts." The supermarket waiter who was called by Jia was instantly stunned. "What? If you don't say these, you still want to push a few more carts? Are you trying to open a convenience store or something?" However, Jia said these words in a serious manner and then walked to the snack section. The supermarket waiter opened his mouth and finally accepted the reality with a bitter smile. After shopping for a while, Zhou Jie bought almost all the snacks that he could buy. After thinking for a while, Zhou Jie pushed the shopping cart to the fruit section on the opposite side. Just as he approached the fruit section, Zhou Jie inadvertently saw the supermarket's big screen TV at the side. Generally, such a TV in a large supermarket was used to promote some activities and products in the supermarket. Therefore, Zhou Jie never paid attention to the content of the TV. But this time, Zhou Jie only took a glance, and his eyes were firmly attracted to the TV screen. Broadcast again, the daughter of the chairman of Tianqing Technology Group has been kidnapped. The kidnapper wants a person named Zhou Jie to come to the door and be executed in 2 days, or else the hostage will be killed. Let's take a look. On the TV screen, the TV host said this and also played a live video of the scene. The result was that the kidnapper tied Ding Xiaoyu up on the rooftop of a building. After watching this TV broadcast, Zhou Jie felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly froze on the spot. Why did this happen? Zhou Jie was in disbelief, but at the same time, he was glad. According to the time of the TV broadcast, Ding Xiaoyu was kidnapped yesterday, so he still had time to save her. Zhou Jie knew that Ding Xiaoyu was in trouble because of him, but he never thought that at this time, the organization would use Ding Xiaoyu to force him to appear. Yes, with the organization's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to find out if I left Sunstar. They must know that I haven't left Sunstar, so that, after thinking about this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel angry and helpless. If he didn't spend nearly 3 days accepting the Thunder Soul Pearl, he might have left Sunstar long ago. Little you. After thinking about it, Zhou Jie took a deep breath, threw away the shopping cart in his hand, and walked out of the supermarket. The staff member who was counting the cost of the 2 shopping carts in front of Zhou Jie was stunned when he saw Zhou Jie walking out of the door. When he came to his senses, he almost cursed his mother. After returning to the spaceship and seeing Kakashi, Zhou Jie immediately asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, I'm going to save someone, and I need your help to analyze it." Huh? When Kakashi saw Zhou Jie asking for help, he couldn't help but feel confused. Then he saw that Zhou Jie was empty-handed, so he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Zhou Jie, didn't you say that you would buy food for me? Why didn't you buy anything?" At this time, Zhou Jie was not in the mood to pay attention to Kakashi's desire for food. He then emphasized, "Kakashi, I have to save someone first. Save her, and you can eat as much as you want." Oh, when he heard that there was food, Kakashi finally understood Zhou Jie's words. He blinked his eyes. Save who? Is there anyone on this planet you can't beat? It might not be someone from this planet. It might be someone sent by the organization. Although my strength has increased greatly with the Thunder Soul Pearl, and I'm not afraid if the organization sends an ordinary person. If Ross comes personally, I'm not sure I can beat him. He's at least a superior S rank. Zhou Jie explained to Kakashi solemnly. Kakashi had heard Zhou Jie talk about their division of strength for the mortal body realm, and Kakashi had already made a judgment about it, so he immediately rolled his eyes. Superior S rank? That's probably the strength of a mortal body 7th level. It's really difficult for you to deal with him. That's why I need you to help me come up with ideas. Give me all the treasures in the Sacred Inheritance Temple that I can use. Zhou Jie remembered that the floating energy balls in the Sacred Inheritance Temple were all stored in Kakashi's space artifact before he left, so he immediately said to Kakashi anxiously, "Aya, don't be in such a hurry. Let me think about it. The other party is inviting you into a trap, so we have to catch a turtle in a jar instead." Kakashi said with a playful smile, his innocent face revealing a trace of cunning that did not match his appearance. Chapter 31. After thinking for half a minute, Kakashi suddenly came up with an idea. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's it. I want to play too. Let's do it. What idea have you come up with?" Zhou Jie hurriedly asked. However, Kakashi said to Zhou Jie, "Wait a minute. I'll find you a set of equipment that will allow you to fight those above your level." As Kakashi spoke, his eyes were already shining on the space bracelet on his right hand. Obviously, he was looking for the equipment for Zhou Jie. Before Kakashi and Zhou Jie left the Sacred Palace of Heritage, they had already put all the treasures in the Sacred Palace of Heritage into their space bracelets. When Zhou Jie learned that he had stayed in the Precious Treasure Pavilion for 3 days, he was in a hurry to return to Sun, so he didn't ask Kakashi for these treasures. Now that Zhou Jie remembered, he asked Kakashi for them. The treasures in the Sacred Palace of Heritage were all for those below the Star Lord level. They were perfect for Zhou Jie. After searching for a while, Kakashi finally nodded with satisfaction and took out a few things from his space bracelet. Hee, that guy called Screws Hell, let's teach him a lesson. Rongshin City Government Building. The square in front of the Rongshin City Government Building had been surrounded by countless police cars and police forces since the night before. Ordinary citizens were prohibited from approaching. In the beginning, a large number of citizens gathered to watch the situation. The police told them that it was dangerous, but they didn't leave. The next day, almost all the TV stations were broadcasting this news continuously. Everyone in Country Z, the country where Rongshin City was located, knew about this, which caused a lot of panic. In the small house on the rooftop of the government building, Ding Xiaoyu was tied up in a corner. He was hungry and thirsty. The 2 assassins who followed Ross from the Killing Star were leaning against the door, ready to fight at any time. Even though the 2 killers were puzzled by this method of making Zhou Jie appear, they had no choice but to obey Ross's orders. Therefore, the 2 of them were not optimistic that Zhou Jie would appear because of this. Therefore, they were just waiting for the time limit to arrive so that they could finish off Ding Xiaoyu and report back to Ross. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun gradually became hot. Most of the police officers who were still surrounding the city all hid in their cars. Only a few of them took turns to guard the citizens. After Zhou Jie saw the situation on the rooftop of the city hall through the binoculars, he quickly went from the back of the building to the rooftop of the building by leaping over eaves and vaulting over walls. There were fewer police officers behind the city hall because the police had never thought that someone would be able to go directly to the rooftop from outside the building. With Zhou Jie's speed, it wasn't a problem for him to get close to the building when the police weren't paying attention. However, when he was running up the building's wall, a young policeman happened to see him. F***CK, what's that? A flying man? The policeman watched as Zhou Jie ran up the building's 90-degree vertical wall to the rooftop in a short while. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. When he came back to his senses and explained the situation to the captain inevitably doubted that he was hallucinating. "Captain, I'm definitely not seeing things. Someone went up." The policeman firmly believed his eyes. Seeing that the policeman was so sure, the captain finally reluctantly accepted what the policeman saw and began to report to his superior. On the rooftop, because Zhou Jie made quite a bit of noise when he reached the rooftop, the 2 assassins on the rooftop were alerted when he approached the rooftop. However, although these 2 assassins were both grade A experts and their comprehensive strength was comparable to Mordor's, after Zhou Jie was baptized by the Thunder Soul Pearl, both his physical strength and spiritual talent had greatly improved. His strength was not far from grade S. Naturally, he did not care about the reaction speed of these 2 assassins. He directly shot out 2 flying daggers and went straight for their heads. However, the moment Zhou Jie's flying daggers left his body, a powerful spiritual power rose from the bottom to the sky, causing Zhou Jie's flying daggers to deviate and causing the 2 flying daggers to lose contact with Zhou Jie's spiritual power. Not good, Ross. With such powerful strength, Zhou Jie could not think of anyone else in the organization who could have such strength other than the top 10 assassins. And if someone like this had a reason to deal with Zhou Jie, it could only be Ross. In fact, when Zhou Jie reached the rooftop, Ross had already sensed the arrival of Zhou Jie. Ross, who was drinking his homemade coffee in a coffee shop on the 4th floor of the building, everyone in the government building had been evacuated, so Ross was the only one there, immediately disappeared from the table. It was only 10 floors away, so even Ross could not reach the rooftop before Zhou Jie. Therefore, when Zhou Jie's flying daggers left his body, he first used his spiritual power to interfere with Zhou Jie's flying daggers. However, Zhou Jie's strength was not what it used to be. When Ross displayed his terrifying spiritual power, Zhou Jie also sensed Ross's position, which made Zhou Jie very happy. He still had at least 2 seconds to ignore Ross and act. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not hesitate and rushed directly to the hut where Ding Xiaoyu was. At the same time, he threw 2 flying daggers at the 2 assassins who were about to shoot Zhou Jie with their guns. Since they followed Zhou Jie, they naturally knew of his flying daggers ability. If they stood there and shot, they would not be able to hit Zhou Jie, and by the time they dodged, the flying daggers would have already killed them. Zhou Jie's strength had increased in all aspects, and his speed was faster than before. In a flash, he entered the hut, and at the same time, he had already released the restraints on Ding Xiaoyu. Ding Xiaoyu was tired and hungry, so her reaction was very slow. She only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and then she was picked up by someone. Then, a strong acceleration hit her, making her feel dizzy and nauseous. Bang! While Zhou Jie summoned 6 flying daggers to block the 2 A-level assassins, he had already rushed out of the rooftop with all his strength. Holding Ding Xiaoyu, he fell with all his strength. At the same time, the roof of the hut on the rooftop exploded, and Ross appeared there with a shocked and angry look on his face. What's going on? This kid's strength has increased so much. Zhou Jie tried his best to fall, and as expected, he soon felt the resistance of Ross's spiritual power. Unfortunately, no matter how strong Ross was, he could not slow down Zhou Jie too much when they were more than 50 meters apart. This situation was completely beyond Ross's expectations, and when he realized that this was because Zhou Jie's strength was much stronger than he thought, Ross was shocked and angry. Good kid, but since you dare to show up, you must die today. Ross had already expected that with Zhou Jie's temperament, once he knew that Ding Xiaoyu was in danger, he would not give up so easily to save her. However, if he was there, Zhou Jie would not show up. Therefore, he chose not to show up, and even deliberately chose a place 10 floors away from the rooftop to hide his presence. This time, Zhou Jie really did show up. Although Zhou Jie's strength was stronger than he expected, he still had absolute confidence and certainty that he could kill Zhou Jie. Boom! Ross flew more than 10 meters into the sky, then turned around and dived down directly toward where Zhou Jie was about to land. Oh, Zhou Jie? When Ding Xiaoyu broke free from the rapid fall and saw that she was in Zhou Jie's arms, she instantly felt an incomparable sense of security and joy, as if at this moment there was nothing in the world that could hurt her, and all of this was because Zhou Jie was by her side. Boom! Zhou Jie finally slowed down his descent with his mental power. His feet sank more than 10 centimeters into the ground. Even with his strong body, he felt a sharp pain in his feet at that moment and lost consciousness for a short time. Meanwhile, Ross descended from the sky, like a falcon swooping down on a rabbit, and was about to kill Zhou Jie, who had temporarily lost his mobility. F***CK. This is challenging, but you want to mess with me? Don't even think about it. At the same time, on top of a building hundreds of meters away, Kakashi was holding an exquisite A6 laser gun, and the muzzle was aimed at the rapidly descending Ross. Go! As Kakashi's voice fell, a silver-white beam of light shot out of the laser gun, directly penetrating Ross's body hundreds of meters away. Zhou Jie tried his best to move, but he could not. In the end, he could only close his eyes and hope for Kakashi's promise. Puff! With a dull sound above his head, Zhou Jie suddenly opened his eyes, and a few drops of boiling liquid dripped onto the tip of his nose. Chapter 32. The moment the tip of Zhou Jie's nose heated up, he was certain that Ross had been shot and killed. At the same time, with the help of the energy in his body, Zhou Jie's legs regained their mobility. He immediately moved his feet, and with the support of his mind power, he dashed toward the side of the building like an arrow released from a bow. He then circled around to the back of the building and disappeared without a trace before the police at the back could react. Bang! 100 meters in front of the government building, The deputy director of the police station saw Zhou Jie fall from the sky and then disappear like a phantom. He also saw Ross fall from the sky and suddenly explode into a rain of blood in midair. He was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, and even the walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground. Send someone to clean up the scene immediately. The deputy director recovered from the shock and forced himself to calm down. He quickly ordered, then contact the special forces to help check out the situation. F***CK. What the hell is going on? Speaking of which, after Zhou Jie left, the two A-rank hitmen who were still on the rooftops saw Ross die, just like that. Both of them were scared silly. Ross, one of the top 10 assassins in the Imperial Exterminator Organization, died just like that. The two assassins only felt a chill run down their backs. When they thought of how Ross died, they immediately ran into the corridor in fear of being shot. In fact, Kakashi had also thought of shooting the two A-level assassins. However, in order to ensure that he could kill Ross, Kakashi had adjusted the energy amplitude of the laser gun to the maximum. Under such circumstances, the energy stored in the laser gun was only enough to fire the low-energy beam one more time. In other words, Kakashi could only use the laser gun to kill one more person. Under such circumstances, he felt that there was no need to waste any more energy. On the other side, Zhou Jie was running with Ding Xiaoyu in his arms. His speed was so fast that the passers-by were dumbfounded. However, because Zhou Jie's speed was so fast, no one could take a picture of him. Just like that, Zhou Jie ran non-stop, leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls from time to time. He ran all the way to the entrance of the Tianqing Technology Building. Being carried by Zhou Jie all the way, Ding Xiaoyu found it difficult to breathe due to the strong air currents, let alone speak. It was not until Zhou Jie stopped in front of the Tianqing Technology Building that Ding Xiaoyu could not help but moan, "I can't. Zhou Jie, I'm going to die. Hang in there. I'll take you to see the chairman." Zhou Jie looked at Ding Xiaoyu in his arms and said calmly. Ding Xiaoyu felt a little helpless when he saw this. He thought to himself, "You're such a straight man. You don't even know how to care for a girl at a time like this." How infuriating. A few minutes later. In Ding Juanfeng's office, Ding Xiaoyu was eating the baked cake that Zhou Jie bought in the building's internet cafe. He sat aside and watched Zhou Jie and his father talk. "It's good that Xiaoyu is fine. I just didn't expect you to go back and save her, Zhou Jie. This time, I really thought Xiaoyu was going to die. I really don't understand this." When Ding Junfeng said this, Zhou Jie also understood his doubts. He immediately interrupted him and said, "This is all because of me. But after this time, I promise that Xiaoyu will be fine. If the chairman is still worried, you can also send her abroad for temporary shelter." The reason why Zhou Jie said this was because he considered that after Ross's death, although the organization would likely send people to hunt him down for a while until they could no longer find him, the people they sent would definitely not be like Ross, who used Ding Xiaoyu to force him to appear because he knew him well. In addition, Ross died because of him, so the people sent by the organization would most likely be perfunctory. They might even give up on hunting down Zhou Jie. "Zhou Jie, are you still going?" At this time, Ding Xiaoyu suddenly asked from the side. Zhou Jie could not help but be stunned. He remembered that he had told Ding Xiaoyu before that he might come back to look for her after he got rid of the organization's pursuit many years later. But unexpectedly, he came back in just a few days. And to a certain extent, Zhou Jie had also gotten rid of the organization's deadly pursuit. This was because the other top 10 assassins did not care much about Ross's death, and the reason why Zhou Jie was being hunted was entirely because of Ross. With Ross's death, Zhou Jie was not so worried that he would still be hunted down. However, Zhou Jie now shouldered the mission of reviving the sacred ground of Zhou. Although Zhou Jie still felt that it was very unrealistic, the truth was the truth. He had also promised Kakashi and signed a soul contract, so he definitely had a lot of things to do in the future. This made it impossible for him to think about living a peaceful life. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Zhou Jie opened his mouth and answered Ding Xiaoyu's question. "Little you, I'm sorry. I still need to run for a while, so I can't stay here. But still, I'll come back to see you in a few years." With that, Ding Xiaoyu put down the cake in her hand, and the trace of joy that was still on her face disappeared without a trace. Zhou Jie could not bear to see her like this, but he knew that reality was always cruel, and some things had to be done that way. "Chairman, Mrs. Fine, I'll take my leave now," Zhou Jie quickly said. "You're leaving just like that?" Ding Junfeng was shocked when he heard this. He had thought that Zhou Jie would at least stay for half a day. Ding Xiaoyu was also surprised by this, but just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. This sudden feeling of discomfort made her lose the ability to speak. Her lips moved, but she did not say anything as she looked at Zhou Jie. Before Zhou Jie left, he took one last look at Ding Xiaoyu. Ding Xiaoyu's expression made him feel suffocated, but in the end, this only prompted him to leave even faster. Star of Slaughter, Cass City. Cass City was one of the few cities that did not receive the support of the Federation for Development due to various reasons. Its technology and economy were relatively backward, and there were not even any aircrafts in the city. In the big cities of Star of Slaughter, aircrafts were as common as cars were 100 years ago, and had become a necessary tool for the middle and upper classes to travel. Cass City was backed by a huge mountain range. This mountain range was called Mount Terra, and it spanned hundreds of miles. In the depths of Mount Terra, there was a lonely peak that was rarely visited by humans. Halfway up this lonely peak, there was a platform that had been artificially created. A simple wooden house stood there quietly. In the wooden house, a middle-aged man with long gray hair who looked to be in his 30s was quietly suspended a few feet above a wooden bed. His eyes were closed, as if he was meditating. At some point, the middle-aged man suddenly extended his right index finger and began a gesture in the air in front of him. This continued for more than 10 seconds, and the middle-aged man's index finger moved faster and faster in the air. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze was as sharp as an arrow. "It's done!" Along with the middle-aged man's excited voice, his right index finger suddenly stopped. Along with the blur of his fingertip, the space there also twisted and blurred for an instant, but in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state. If Kakashi were here to see this scene, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. This was because no matter the gravity of the planet, to have the power to distort space meant that this person's attack power had reached an extremely terrifying level. His strength was at least at the late stage of a mortal body realm, or even the peak. And such an existence had the hope of becoming a Star Lord and dominating a galaxy. Withdrawing his finger, the middle-aged man sighed and muttered to himself, "Kane, I wonder if you've reached rank X after so many years. If you've reached rank X, I'm afraid that even the current me is no match for you." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the wooden house fell into silence. After a long time, an inaudible shattering sound rang out in this silent space. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes again, and his gaze was filled with disbelief. Then he lowered his head and looked at the exquisite jade pendant hanging in front of his chest. Then, with his trembling right hand, he took it out from his collar. There was a shocking crack on the jade pendant, and a dark red liquid was flowing out from the crack. The wooden house was dead silent. The middle-aged man's body trembled all over. "Little Luo!" Suddenly, the middle-aged man roared, and the wooden house was completely turned into powder in an instant. Whoosh! The middle-aged man rushed to the sky. "Who is it? Who is it? Little Luo is dead. Little Luo is dead." At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have gone crazy, like a mad demon. Chapter 33. "Luo, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you. I broke my promise to you." The middle-aged man roared with bloodshot eyes. He still remembered that when he was 13 years old, he patted his chest and vowed to Ross, who was only 8 years old, "Luo, don't worry. As long as I'm here, nobody can bully you." But a long time after that, the middle-aged man became obsessed with his training. In order to defeat his fated friend, who was also his rival, Kane, he chose to go into seclusion after being completely defeated by Kane in a mission. At that time, Ross had just become a candidate for one of the top 10 assassins. Because of this, he felt that his younger brother could face everything on his own. Ah! The middle-aged man roared. Suddenly, a cliff several hundred meters away from him cracked. Countless broken boulders fell into the clouds, and the middle-aged man disappeared at the same time. In the central area of the Imperial Exterminator's headquarters, the gray-haired, middle-aged man's arrival was not detected by the defense system of the Imperial Exterminator's headquarters at all. The middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere and floated at the gate of the Imperial Exterminator's headquarters. "Kane, Ollie, Longa, Ios, come out if you're here." The middle-aged man stood in the air and roared with a cold face. His voice was as loud as thunder. It could be heard over 1,000 meters away. The middle-aged man's roar was clearly heard by all the members of the Imperial Exterminator's headquarters and the strongholds within a radius of over 1,000 meters. Many people within 100 meters of the middle-aged man's roar turned pale in fear. "Who are you?" Only 2 seconds later, a soft roar echoed in the sky, but the range of the roar was much smaller than the middle-aged man's. Then, a black figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The person who came was a handsome young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He was dressed in black, but he had bright eyes and white teeth. He had the temperament of a scholar, but the cold expression on his face made this temperament faintly discernible. The middle-aged man glanced at him and frowned. He said, "Level S, are you one of the top 10 assassins?" "Huh?" The young man was surprised that the middle-aged man could see through his strength and identity. "Yes, I am. I'm Lee E., the 7th of the top 10 assassins. May I know why Senior is here?" "My name is Raka. Kane and the others aren't here?" The middle-aged man, Raka, didn't answer Lee Yi's question directly. "Raka? I've never heard of such a person, but I can't see through him." Lee Yi thought to himself, but he replied, "Senior Raka, the Imperial Killer Kane retired many years ago, and Senior Ollie left the castle 3 days ago. I don't know where he went. As for Longa and Ios, they are both veteran killers who retired more than 10 years ago. Do you know them?" "May I ask if Senior is also a member of the Imperial Exterminator organization?" As Lee Yi said this, he realized that the people the middle-aged man was looking for were all influential figures in the previous Imperial Exterminator organization. Hearing this, Raka's eyes widened, and a substantial pressure instantly pressed down on Lee Yi, causing his breathing to stagnate. His expression also changed slightly. "It's only been 20 years, and everyone except Ollie is gone." "Then let me ask you, do you know Ross?" Raka muttered the first half of the sentence to himself before asking Lee Yi the second half. "Ross. Of course I know him. He's the new 9th on the top 10 assassins, and he was the last for more than 10 years. Lee Yi said with a smile, but he suddenly thought of something and stopped. "Raka Ross? They have the same surname. What's their relationship?" Lee Yi thought to himself. Hearing this, Raka was silent, but the killing intent emitted from his body was almost substantial. An extremely terrifying aura enveloped the whole place, making Lee Yi regret what he had just said. Raka's lowered eyes were full of frightening coldness at this moment. His dear brother had become the 9th on the top 10 assassins, which should have made him feel gratified. However, no matter how great the glory was, it was useless for a dead man. Raka hated himself for letting his brother live alone for nearly 20 years and completely forgetting to protect him. "Raka, don't worry. No matter who the murderer is, I'll do my best to avenge you." Raka roared in his heart. "You, take me to the communication room of the castle. I want to see Kane." Raka suddenly raised his head and said to Lee Yi. Hearing this, Lee Yi's heart tightened. Bringing a stranger into the castle? Of course, it was impossible under normal circumstances, but now he was the only top 10 assassins in the castle, and the person he was facing was at least an SS-level expert. In order not to lose his life, Lee Yi hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. Sunstar, outskirts of Rongxin City. Zhou Jin knelt on one knee in front of muddy ground and poured a glass of wine in front of him. "Xiaoqing, I've avenged you. I finally killed Ross. I wish you all the best in heaven." Kakashi was drinking wine and eating a braised chicken leg. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself, Screw wasn't killed by you. It was me, Kakashi, who killed him, okay? And, Zhojie, why did you waste that glass of wine? It's such a good wine. Even if you don't drink it, you can leave it for me after you're done worshipping. After this, Zhojie knelt for a long time. When Kakashi finished eating the chicken leg and was about to change to a spicy one, Zhojie suddenly stood up and turned to Kakashi and said, "Ross is dead, and with you here, I don't have to worry about being hunted down by the organization. So, I'm not in a hurry to leave Sunstar these few days. I plan to stay and observe for another half a month. If you want to visit Sunstar, you can go by yourself." Hearing this, Kakashi's face lit up with joy at being able to stay on Sunstar and continue eating delicious food. But he said, "In this low-level life planet with backward technology, only delicious food can attract me. I, Kakashi, don't care about anything else." Zhojie heard this and couldn't help but feel speechless. He thought to himself, who was the one who begged me to visit Sunstar? In the end, it was only for delicious food. What a glutton. Zhojie said, "Up to you. After you're done eating, go to the spaceship to recharge. I'm going to cultivate." This time, Kakashi was stunned. He quickly said, That, Zhojie. I suddenly remembered that some low-level life planets have pretty good sceneries. I'd better go for a walk. I'll go after I'm done eating. You can cultivate in peace. Cultivate in peace. Good luck." Zhojie. After Zhojie boarded Kakashi, Kakashi named the G-class spaceship after Zhojie's Jie and his own Ka. He started cultivating according to a set of energy circulation methods that Kakashi told him. Before leaving the Sacred Heritage Temple, Kakashi emphasized to Zhojie that he had to work hard to cultivate and become stronger in the future and strive to bring glory to the Holy Land. After talking a lot, Kakashi also told Zhojie that he was too weak now, so he should first use a set of basic energy circulation cultivation methods to familiarize himself with the cultivation methods. After he had built a good foundation for a period of time, he would teach him a set of so-called high-level cultivation methods. Although Zhojie was only passively accepting the inheritance of the Zhou family and the corresponding mission, Zhojie's two greatest strengths were one was his persistence, and the other was his commitment and his sense of responsibility. Therefore, even if Zhojie did not have the resolve to bring glory to the Zhou family, he still attached great importance to the things that Kakashi asked of him. At the same time that Zhojie was cultivating Killing Star, the rooftop of the Heaven's Heart Hotel. "Hurry up and say it. You know I'm not here to drink with you," Raka said coldly after finishing a glass of 60-year-old red wine. Opposite Raka, Kane, who was dressed in gray linen clothes, smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I've already ordered a thorough investigation. However, no matter how fast it is, it will still take time. Wait a few more minutes." Raka exhaled through his nostrils and did not say anything. "How have you been these few years? I can see that your soul power has improved. You could try to reach Class X." Kane picked up the bottle on the table and filled Raka's empty glass. Hearing that, Raka looked at Kane thoughtfully and suddenly said, "You're indeed a genius. I'm afraid I won't be able to surpass you in my life." Kane smiled and nodded. "Yes, if you have my talent and work hard, you might be able to reach the Star-Lord level." After a moment of silence, Raka asked, "Star-Lord level. Are you confident?" Kane took a sip of the wine and then slowly shook his head. How can the gap between heaven and earth be so easily closed? Chapter 34. Is it really that difficult? Raka was well aware of Kane's talent and strength. After the founder of Emperor Killer, Kane was one of the few people who had broken the founder's early cultivation records. The founder of Emperor Killer was a beginner Star-Lord. He was a top assassin who had once influenced the entire Taiwu Star Zone and made countless experts tremble in fear. The fact that the Imperial Exterminator Organization was able to dominate the planet of killers and influence the Silver Galaxy greatly had something to do with its founder. Although the founder's whereabouts were unknown and he might have perished somewhere, The Imperial Exterminator Organization was still alive. Yes, it's difficult. Very difficult. Kane nodded solemnly again. I did reach level X a long time ago, but it's been almost 10 years, and I haven't even touched the threshold of Star-Lord. The laws are too difficult to cultivate. Without a good inheritance, countless geniuses will be like you and me, forever trapped under Star-Lord, unable to break through. I'm not a genius. Luoka snorted coldly when he heard this. Kane only smiled when he saw that. He did not refute that because he understood Raka too well. Even though Raka's cultivation talent was 1 in a million, his current strength did come from his hard work to a large extent. Comparatively speaking, his talent was much greater than Raka's. Beep. At this moment, the communicator next to Kane's hand beeped, and Raka's eyes suddenly became cold again. It's here. Let's watch it together, Kane said calmly and turned on the holographic screen of the communicator. Zhou Jie was known as the #1 genius of the Imperial Exterminator Organization in the past 100 years, and it was not for nothing. Moreover, Zhou Jie was one of the few people who had surpassed the early cultivation records of the founder of the Imperial Exterminator Organization. Therefore, after practicing Kakashi's beginner techniques for 2 days, Zhou Jie's control of his own energy had improved tremendously. This also allowed his strength to finally reach level S. S-class experts were extremely rare existences in the entire solar system. Furthermore, most of them were like the leader of Suncover, Palos. They were outsiders, that is, they were appointed by the Imperial Exterminator to take care of the branch's matters, and were very well hidden in the solar system. Therefore, on the surface, class experts were basically the peak existences in the solar system. After reaching his class, Zhou Jie suddenly recalled the set of equipment that Kakashi had given him before he went to deal with Ross. At that time, Ross had appeared too suddenly, and Zhou Jie had been too anxious to save Ross, so he had not used it at all. But now that Zhou Jie thought about it, it seemed that he had not needed it. Zhou Jie stood up and used his mental power to activate the girdle under the combat suit, the Netherworld battle suit. Immediately, the girdle began to wriggle and quickly extended, covering Zhou Jie's entire body under the combat suit, including his head and his eyes. How amazing! After putting on the Netherworld battle suit, Zhou Jie felt as if the Netherworld battle suit had become a part of his skin. His energy flow could also enter the Netherworld battle suit without any hindrance, increasing its defensive capabilities. According to what Kakashi had told Zhou Jie, if he fully activated the defense of the Netherworld battle suit, it would be able to withstand a typical laser beam. Even if it was an impact-based attack, it would be able to offset it within a certain range. For this, Kakashi had even given a simple example. That was, Zhou Jie could fall from a 10-story building without any cushioning while activating the defense of the Netherworld battle suit. Then, Zhou Jie tried to levitate. After advancing to level S, Zhou Jie had the ability to fly for a short period of time, similar to gliding in the air. According to what Kakashi had said, wearing the Netherworld battle suit would make his flight lighter and extend his landing time. It does feel a lot easier. After trying to twist and turn in the air a few times, Zhou Jie could not help but feel a little happy. The effect of the Netherworld battle suit was better than he had imagined. Then, Zhou Jie took out the Kadi's blade. This was a dark blue dagger with some thickness. It could also be said to be a long throwing knife. In fact, Kakashi had considered Zhou Jie's soul manipulation ability and gave Zhou Jie this weapon. The Kadi's blade could not only be used as a throwing knife or a dagger, but could also extend a part of the blade and become a medium-long blade, similar to a shortened katana for close combat. Zhou Jie used the method that Kakashi had taught him to use the 2 forms of the Kadi's blade, the throwing knife form and the katana form, and found that this weapon seemed to have been made for him. He felt particularly energetic when he started using it, like a fish in water. This made Zhou Jie very happy to hold the Kadi's blade in his hands. Coincidentally, not long after Zhou Jie familiarized himself with the equipment, Kakashi came in swaggering while eating skewers. When Kakashi saw Zhou Jie, he chewed the food in his mouth and said excitedly, "Oh, it's delicious." Although this planet is a little backward, the food here is so much better than organic synthetic products. When Jie saw that Kakashi was holding no less than 30 skewers with both hands and was eating with a mouth full of oil, he couldn't help but facepalm. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly thought of something. He frowned and asked, "Oh right, Kakashi, where did you get all this food? You don't have Japanese money, do you?" When Kakashi heard this, he was immediately stunned. Then he smiled at Jie a little embarrassedly and said, that, the person who bought it told me to scan the QR code to pay, so I scanned it and paid with the person's money." What the hell? When Jie heard Kakashi's answer, he was a little confused. Then, he thought carefully and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You mean, you used the merchant's money to pay the merchant?" When Kakashi saw this, he blinked his big eyes and nodded seriously at Jie. "Smart. Jie, how did you do it?" After Jie was speechless, he couldn't help but be surprised that Kakashi could do this, so he couldn't help but ask. Who knew that when Kakashi heard the question, he said indifferently, "Isn't this a very simple thing? With my body's intelligence, cracking all the network defenses on this planet is a trivial matter. As long as I want, I can even create an account for myself and make it hundreds of trillions." When Jie heard Kakashi say this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch again. Just as he was about to ask if they wouldn't be short of money in the future, Kakashi added, "But I can only do this on this kind of backward small planet. Unfortunately, their money isn't worth much. Other than spending it on the planet itself, it's useless." Hearing Kakashi say this, Jie dispelled the idea of asking and turned to talk to Kakashi about his cultivation situation. After learning that Jie had fully learned the basic cultivation method he gave him and had a preliminary grasp of the Kadi's blade and the netherworld armor, Kakashi couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then he said to Jie, "Not bad. In any case, you have the bloodline of the Imperial Universe. When the time comes, I'll help you awaken it. With your talent, it shouldn't be a big problem for you to become an Imperial Emperor." Imperial Emperor? When Jie heard this title again, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Kakashi, how strong is an Imperial Emperor? Can it really destroy a planet?" When Kakashi heard this, he rolled his eyes at Jie angrily and said, "Jie, can you stop asking such childish questions? An Imperial Emperor is an existence that stands at the peak of the universe. They could destroy tens of thousands of ordinary planets with a snap of their fingers." When Jie heard Kakashi say this, he was speechless because he always felt that Kakashi's words were too exaggerated, and he said it very casually. It was not reliable at all. However, Kakashi obviously didn't know Jie's thoughts. Seeing that Jie didn't speak, he laughed and said, "Jie, since you've improved so much, I'll give you another treasure. Cultivate it well, and you'll definitely reach the peak of the mortal body realm." "Oh, what is it?" When Jie heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised and asked in return. After all, he was naturally eager for a treasure that could allow him to reach grade 10. Although Jie had recognized the Thunder Soul Pearl as its master, Jie still needed to reach the Star-Lord rank to be able to unleash its power. As for the Kadi's blade and the netherworld armor, they could only enhance his combat strength, but they couldn't help him continuously improve his actual combat strength. This treasure is called the Golden Lotus Sword Flower. Among all the treasures I have, it's the most suitable for you." Kakashi smiled and kept him in suspense. Chapter 35. When Jie heard Kakashi's words, he immediately became interested. Previously, he felt that the Kadi's blade was already very good, but according to Kakashi's words, compared to the Golden Lotus Sword, the Kadi's blade was nothing. Let me show you." When Kakashi saw that Jie's eyes lit up, he smiled proudly. Then, with a speed that made Jie almost dumbfounded, Kakashi swept the skewers in his hand in 5 seconds. After throwing the bamboo skewers into the trash can, he stuck out his tongue and licked the area around his mouth clean. Only then did he take out a golden lotus from his space bracelet. When Jie saw this lotus, he couldn't help but feel amazed because this lotus wasn't a real flower, but was formed by countless small golden blades gathered together. What surprised Zhou Jie the most was that there was a gap between the golden blades. In other words, these blades were all in a floating state. Seeing Zhou Jie's surprised expression, Kakashi seemed to know what Zhou Jie was thinking. He immediately held the 4 palm-sized bases of the golden lotus sword and said to Zhou Jie, "Do you think it's very magical?" This is a magnetic base that has its own special magnetic field. The materials used to create these golden swords are also very special. Not only do they attract each other, but they're also greatly affected by the magnetic field of the base. Therefore, without any external force, these golden swords can be pieced together into the shape of a lotus. Then how do I use this? Zhou Jie was enlightened when he heard this, but he quickly asked doubtfully. This is also simple. Kakashi replied, then handed the golden lotus sword to Zhou Jie. After Zhou Jie received it, Kakashi took out a small card that looked like a chip and said to Zhou Jie, "This is a memory card. It contains the method to use the golden lotus sword." Zhou Jie, relax. I will directly transfer the memory in the card into your brain. There's such a thing. When Zhou Jie heard this, he was immediately shocked. He previously thought that memory storage was a super technology that he couldn't come into contact with, but he didn't expect to see it today. However, Kakashi couldn't help but say to Zhou Jie's fuss, "Zhou Jie, your knowledge is too shallow. This is nothing at all. However, it's no wonder that you are ignorant to be born in such a backward, small galaxy." Zhou Jie. Then Kakashi successfully transferred the memory in the card into Zhou Jie's brain. When Zhou Jie opened his eyes again, his eyes suddenly shone. The transferred memory was really too real, as if he had used the golden lotus sword countless times. Even all the details of the control could be clearly presented in his mind. This situation also forced Zhou Jie to be unable to hold himself back. He immediately used his mental strength to control the golden lotus sword, separating the 144 thumb-sized golden swords from a base. Then, the base flew to Zhou Jie's back and just happened to be tightly attached to Zhou Jie's back. The 144 golden swords quickly scattered and reassembled, turning into a pure golden longsword. Moreover, when Zhou Jie actually controlled it, he discovered that these golden swords didn't produce a very strong attractive force when they were at a certain distance from each other. However, when they came into contact, they were instantly attracted to each other like the strongest magnets. At this time, he needed to use his mental strength to precisely cut into the surface where the golden swords were attached to each other. Only then could he effortlessly separate them. Otherwise, even with the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, it would be difficult to separate the golden swords from each other. This discovery immediately made Zhou Jie feel that this golden lotus sword was as suitable for him as a divine artifact. It was no wonder that Kakashi would say that this was the most suitable treasure for him. The golden lotus sword was composed of 144 golden swords and could transform into over 1,000 different weapon forms. Moreover, this transformation required extremely strong and precise mental strength control, which could train Zhou Jie's mental strength to make great progress. In addition, the golden lotus sword could also be combined to form various small sword formations to increase the effect of mental strength activation, greatly increasing the attack power of Zhou Jie's golden swords. For Zhou Jie, this was simply a gift from the heavens. Good treasure. After Zhou Jie continuously changed the golden lotus sword a few times, he turned it into a golden sword and placed it behind his back. The base at his waist immediately attracted the sword and firmly fixed it on Zhou Jie's back. It looked as if there was a sword stuck on Zhou Jie's back. Do you feel like your strength has greatly increased now? Seeing this, Kakashi chuckled and asked, with the golden lotus sword, I feel that I can fight against people of the same level. Zhou Jie nodded seriously and replied, one had to know that since rank S was divided into 3 levels, there was obviously a clear difference between each level. Zhou Jie had just reached rank S, and now that he had equipment like the golden lotus sword, he dared to say that he was not afraid of people of the same level. One could imagine how much these equipment had increased Zhou Jie's strength. When Kakashi heard Zhou Jie's words, he also nodded in agreement, but said, "This is still because you can't truly unleash the power of the Golden Lotus Sword. Otherwise, even if it's that screw, pointing at Ross, you would still have the strength to fight. If it's someone of the same level, then you would be able to kill him in an instant." After saying this, Kakashi seemed to be too proud and continued, "However, you are still very weak right now. Back then, when my master was at the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm, he could fight against an Emperor realm expert. That was terrifying. Even if they were at the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm, 10 of them wouldn't be able to last more than a second for my master to kill." When Zhou Jie heard Kakashi say this, he suddenly had the urge to facepalm. He thought to himself, "You can continue to brag. It's already difficult for an ordinary person to fight against 10 people, let alone a peak of the Imperial Emperor realm. Anyway, I don't believe it." Therefore, Zhou Jie hurriedly said, Okay, I got it. Next, let's change the topic. Kakashi, let me ask you, after the spaceship can perform interstellar travel, where do you plan to go?" "Air." Asked by Zhou Jie so abruptly, Kakashi was stunned. Where to go? How would he know where to go? He had never thought about it. Upon seeing this, Zhou Jie did not say anything. He just looked at Kakashi indifferently, waiting for his answer. Kakashi was a little creeped out by Zhou Jie's stare. After hesitating for a while, he finally laughed and said, "Don't panic. Wait for me to connect to the universe network to find out where this is, then we will make a plan." However, after hearing Kakashi's words, Zhou Jie was stunned again. Universe network? What's that? Kakashi finally got used to Zhou Jie's ignorance. He immediately explained, "Generally, star fields will have a super large local area network, just like the network of a planet, but it covers a very large area. Of course, this is mainly a blank network area. We have to go through key transmission points to connect to the network of various planets, finally forming a star field level network. In addition, there's also a consciousness network. It's said that only those who have reached the Lord level can access it, but I don't have consciousness, so I don't know the specific situation of the consciousness network. I don't have much related information in my database." After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Zhou Jie could not help but be shocked again. After coming into contact with Kakashi, he realized how ignorant he was, but this also gradually aroused his desire to explore the countless unknowns in the vast universe. "Okay, I got it. Then, are you confident that you can connect to the universe network?" Zhou Jie finally asked, still worried. Kakashi replied, "No problem. I'm a super advanced AI. This kind of small matter is not difficult for me at all. Wait a minute, I'll get it done for you." "Okay, tell me when you have a plan," Zhou Jie said. While Zhou Jie and Kakashi were chatting on the spaceship, a C-grade spaceship appeared in the sky above the sun, threw a long-distance space jump, and descended towards the sun's atmosphere. There were only 2 people in this spaceship, Raka in white and Kane in gray. Use the spaceship to scan further and determine Zhou Jie's location, Kane said. It turned out that Kane had already ordered someone to use the sun's satellite system to find the place where Zhou Jie was last seen and confirm that Zhou Jie had never left. However, because the photos were taken intermittently and Zhou Jie had entered the invisible G-grade spaceship, they could not determine the exact location. Okay, Raka naturally knew this. At the same time, he turned on the spaceship's infrared scanning system. However, a few minutes later, Raka was surprised. No one. Chapter 36. How could this be? Kane frowned when he saw the results of the spaceship scan. Raka thought for a while and used the spaceship system to scan the suburbs where Zhou Jie was located. Then, it was simulated and displayed on the maximized virtual screen. Then, Raka carefully zoomed in on the map until he could see the outline of the trees. He spent a few minutes looking through it quickly. After making sure that there was nothing wrong, Raka frowned and said, "He disappeared from the surface of this area, but that doesn't mean that he isn't here. Places deep enough underground can also block infrared detection. Zhou Jie might be hiding underground. Kane listened to Raka's analysis and felt that it made sense. He nodded and asked, "What do you plan to do? Do you want me to go with you to find him?" Raka heard this and rejected him directly. "No, I will avenge my brother personally. You just wait for me on the spaceship." Kane frowned and couldn't help but remind him, "Don't forget that he has an accomplice who uses a laser gun. He can accurately shoot at a target while moving at high speed and can hide himself from detection by satellites. He is definitely an expert. Most importantly, there are only a few forces in the Silver Series who can use a laser gun. Then who do you think is helping him? With his value, it's not worth it for an ordinary force to make an enemy out of the Imperial Exterminator Organization. After all, the only force in the Silver Series that can compete with us is the Milky Way Empire, right?" Raka said indifferently. Kane was silent for a second and then said, "Well, I'm just reminding you to be careful. If you want revenge, even if the Imperial Exterminator and the Milky Way Empire go to war, I will support you. My words still carry a lot of weight in the current Imperial Exterminator." Kane said that his words carried a lot of weight. It could even be said that he was low-key. This was because Kane's strength was definitely in the top 3 in the entire Imperial Exterminator organization. In addition, Raka and the other top 10 assassins of his generation all followed his lead. His words could almost represent the entire Imperial Exterminator organization. "I'm going." Raka heard Kane's words and didn't say anything. He said coldly, then turned and walked towards the door of the control room. In the G-grade spaceship, Zhou Jie started practicing the Golden Lotus Sword again. Kakashi was excitedly accessing the global network of Planet Dormant and using it as a foundation to find the access to the universe network. Suddenly, the blue light in Zhou Jie's eyes extinguished. He then turned to Zhou Jie and said, "Zhou Jie, through this planet's satellites, I found a spaceship parked in the atmosphere above Rome, Xin City. It is closer to you, and someone is coming to the suburbs forest." Hearing this, Zhou Jie immediately kept the Golden Lotus Sword flower and unconsciously frowned. "What does that person look like?" "I'll show it to you on the screen of the spaceship," Kakashi replied, then took a few steps forward to the control panel of the spaceship and quickly activated the various systems of the spaceship. "Look, that's the person. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Even his clothes are different from the ordinary people here." Kakashi quickly pulled up the image of Raka, who was approaching the suburbs forest where Zhou Jie was. He then gestured to Zhou Jie with his head. Zhou Jie didn't know Raka. However, he saw that Raka was wearing a white cloth and looked very cold. At the same time, he was extremely vigilant of the surrounding environment. His assassin's instinct immediately told Zhou Jie that this person was very likely to be an assassin from the Imperial Exterminator Organization. Zhou Jie's face darkened. He said to Kakashi, "This person may be from my organization. I just don't understand why he is the only one who came to search this place." Zhou Jie didn't find it strange that the people from his organization found this place. Obviously, he already knew this. "What are you going to do? It's not good to let him find the spaceship," Kakashi said. "I'll lead him away." Zhou Jie thought for a moment and said. Kakashi heard this and thought for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, but this person doesn't look easy to deal with. Be careful. I'll give you something to save your life. In addition, if you can't beat him, use the power of the Thunder Soul Pearl. It can speed up your escape." "Zhou Jie, you seem to have noticed something?" Kakashi heard this, but his eyes kept swinging to both sides. He said, "No, you take the things and go quickly. Let him away." Zhou Jie saw this and felt even more puzzled. However, he also believed that Kakashi wouldn't harm him, so he nodded and said, "Okay." After Raka entered the suburbs forest, he stepped on the ground more carefully. He always used his perception to cover the surroundings in a certain depth underground, hoping to find an underground entrance or something. But suddenly, he sensed a life form in front of him. At the same time, 2 flying daggers pierced through the dense forest and attacked him. But what kind of strength did Ross have? In the face of Zhou Jie's ordinary flying dagger attack, he didn't even bat an eyelid. he directly slapped out with his palm, and in conjunction with his mental force field, he swept the two flying daggers to the ground. Zhou Jie sensed that his flying daggers were easily broken by the opponent and immediately knew that the opponent's strength was not ordinary. He was afraid that the opponent was at least at the same level as himself. So, he immediately dismissed the idea of killing the opponent and jumped to the side to escape. Zhou Jie. Although Raka couldn't see the attacker because of the forest, he recognized Zhou Jie's flying daggers. He was pleasantly surprised and chased after Zhou Jie like lightning. Zhou Jie knew that the opponent was strong, so he started running at top speed. But soon he was horrified that the opponent's speed was even faster than his, and it wasn't just a little bit faster. It was simply torture. Therefore, the chase between Raka and Zhou Jie turned into a situation where a national runner was challenging an ordinary person to a 100-meter race, and the former was chasing after the latter. Oh no, this speed! Is it an SS-level expert? In an instant, Zhou Jie was shocked, and his heart was beating wildly. Then, he thought of Kakashi's performance before he came out and realized, damn, he had been tricked by Kakashi. But even though he was shocked, as a top assassin, Zhou Jie was still very calm. At the same time, he reacted very quickly and fully armed, with the blade of Akades in hand and the Netherworld battlesuit on his body. Zhou Jie's speed increased significantly with the Netherworld battlesuit, and he began to fly back and forth in the forest. Zhou Jie's flying speed was extremely fast. Raka, who had closed half of the distance, began to pull apart in the blink of an eye. Raka couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Then, his face became even more gloomy as he accelerated. Once Raka accelerated, he quickly caught up with Zhou Jie's flying speed. Then, Raka also began to fly back and forth. Borrowing the force of the forest, his speed increased again in an instant, breaking through 100 meters per second. Such a terrifying speed caused an air vortex to form around Raka's body. Wherever he passed, the trees would be cut off. Zhou Jie sensed the sudden explosive sound of chi speed behind him and couldn't help but be shocked. This terrifying speed had already exceeded the limit of what he could achieve. Helpless, Zhou Jie flew back with the blade of Akades. At the same time, his consciousness sank into his mind and activated the power of the Thunder Soul Pearl sealed in his body. Bang! The power of thunder and lightning was detonated. Zhou Jie instantly felt his entire body explode with heat and numbness. Every cell in his body seemed to have been stimulated to the limit in an instant. This feeling was similar to when a normal person trained to a certain extent and felt their body become as light as a swallow and their strength increase greatly. However, this feeling for Zhou Jie was 10 times stronger. On Raka's side, just as he calculated that he would be able to completely overtake Zhou Jie in 4 seconds, the blade of Akades shot towards him. Because the speed and direction of the blade of Akades were opposite, the relative speed of the blade of Akades was close to 200 meters per second. At such a terrifying speed, Raka was also moving forward at full speed. Dodging horizontally was extremely difficult. Thus, Raka could only hurriedly dodge to the side. At the same time, he slapped the surface of the blade of Akades with his palm. Due to the force of the interaction, Raka inevitably shifted horizontally and unconsciously slowed down. At this moment, Zhou Jie stimulated the power of thunder and lightning. His speed in front of Raka increased rapidly, instantly exceeding 100 meters per second and once again pulling away from Raka. At the same time, the blade of Akades borrowed the force of Zhou Jie's extreme control to return and gradually closed in on Zhou Jie. Chapter 37. With him being obstructed and Zhou Jie's speed suddenly increasing to a level that exceeded his previous speed, Raka could not help but be both shocked and angry. Thus, he fiercely said, "You can't escape." As he spoke, Raka once again accelerated. At the same time, the long cloth bag he had been carrying on his back suddenly burst open, revealing the item hidden inside, A strange blood-black sword about 3 feet long flipped in the air and was immediately caught by Raka. Then, Raka's right hand that held the sword shook, and the blood-black Rakshasa sword flew to his feet. In an instant, its whole body emitted a demonic blood-red glow. Then, as if Raka and the Rakshasa sword were one, his body vaguely emitted a red glow. Whoosh! Then, Raka stepped on the Rakshasa sword, and his flying speed suddenly increased. He actually exceeded half the speed of sound, and once again overtook Zhou Jie. In just a few short seconds, Zhou Jie had already opened up a distance of more than 100 meters from Raka. The difference in speed between the two was not very big at the moment, so Raka would need at least 10 more seconds to catch up to Zhou Jie. But sensing Raka's gradually approaching, Zhou Jie could not help but be shocked. As long as his speed was not as fast as his opponent, he would be caught up sooner or later. And facing an SS rank powerhouse, Zhou Jie did not think he could survive. After a few seconds, Zhou Jie once again used the blade of Kadi's to block Raka behind him. But facing the same situation, Raka was already prepared. His reaction was faster than before. He also sent the blade of Kadi's flying with a palm strike. His body moved horizontally, but his forward speed was not affected at all. Oh no! Zhou Jie noticed this and thought to himself. Under such high-speed flight, he had no way to steadily control the Golden Lotus Sword. Therefore, throwing the blade of Kadi's was his only long-range attack. Now that this method had failed, Zhou Jie naturally felt a little anxious. And while Zhou Jie and Raka were running, Kakashi on the G-grade spaceship began to pay attention to Kane, who was more than 5,000 meters away from him in the C-grade spaceship. There's still one more helper. I'll deal with him. Through the scanning system of the G-grade spaceship, Kakashi roughly determined the situation of Kane's spaceship. He then licked his lips maliciously. Then, Kakashi quickly accessed the weapon attack system of the spaceship and found the high-energy convergent cannon option. I'll choose you. As Kakashi spoke, he directly selected the weapon attack option. Then, he glanced at the energy level displayed on the screen and pursed his lips unhappily. It's a pity that I have to conserve energy. Then, I'll just block the attack. As Kakashi confirmed all the attack options, a doorway suddenly opened up on top of the G-grade spaceship. From within, a 3-meter diameter long barrel rose up. Terrifying bluish-white energy began to gather in the depths of the barrel. At this moment, Kane was observing the area where Zhou Jie had suddenly appeared. He was trying to find out where Zhou Jie had been hiding. In the end, he stopped the scanning area of the spaceship around the invisible G-grade spaceship. Just as Kane was puzzled that no matter how much he increased the accuracy of the spaceship scanning, he suddenly noticed that the air in a certain area seemed to be distorted by the high temperature. Then, a bright white light gradually appeared. Although Kane did not immediately realize what the light was, a strong sense of danger made Kane's scalp tingle. He subconsciously wanted to avoid the light directly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the high-energy convergent cannon fired, accompanied by a thick bluish-white beam as bright as thunder. The spaceship where Kane was instantly pierced through from middle. The remaining light and heat radiated in all directions and instantly detonated the entire C-grade spaceship. Asterisk boom, boom, boom. Asterisk, amidst the violent explosion of the spaceship, a figure fell rapidly downwards with flames and quickly escaped from the area where the spaceship was still exploding. In the spaceship's control room, Kakashi saw the image on the screen and immediately jumped as if he had been frightened. He patted his chest and said, "He's not dead yet." His reaction is quite fast. He seems to be at the late stage of the mortal body realm. I can't afford to offend him. Let's go. As Kakashi spoke, he quickly activated the spaceship and lifted it into the air. Suddenly, more than 600 small energy pillars shot out from the bottom of the spaceship, pushing the spaceship into the air at moderate speed. Throughout the entire process, the movement of the spaceship could not be heard more than 50 meters away. It was as if the sound was completely silent from 100 meters away. Let's go get Zhou Jie back. He's probably being chased very badly. He, Kakashi laughed as he piloted the spaceship. From the beginning to the end, he did not seem to be worried about Joji at all. On the side of Joji and Raka, Raka was getting closer and closer to Joji until the distance between them was less than 30 meters. At such a distance, Joji was already extremely vigilant because he knew that with his opponent's strength, he might even be able to catch up with him directly. Therefore, he had to be on guard. He did not know if it was Joji's crow's mouth, but as soon as he thought about it, Raka really burst out with his mind force field, and the Rakshasa blade appeared in his hand like lightning. Bang! Joji instantly felt a chill on his back. At the same time, his speed was affected by Raka's mind force field and decreased. Coupled with Raka's burst of speed, the two of them almost touched in a second. In this second, Joji only had time to turn around and block Raka's attack with the long blade form of the Kadi's blade. Clang! Joji only saw darkness in front of his eyes. The strong collision threw him back at a speed faster than half the speed of sound. His whole body seemed to have fallen apart at that moment, and the Kadi's blade flew out of his hand. So strong. After Joji received this blow, he was extremely shocked when he came back to his senses. Roka's strength was even greater than what he had expected. If it were not for the netherworld armor reducing the damage, Joji had no doubt that Raka's attack just now would have injured his internal organs and caused him to vomit blood. After Raka's attack succeeded, he once again burst out with his speed to kill Joji. Obviously, he would not stop until he killed Joji. Joji had no choice but to use his mind to take out the sky flipping seal that Kakashi gave him from the space ring and threw it directly at Raka, who was chasing after him. The sky flipping seal was a talisman seal that contained a strong explosive force. It could be used to injure the enemy when detonated. Bang! Raka rushed over aggressively, but he met the sky flipping seal that was detonated by Joji head-on. The terrifying explosive force instantly injured Raka. His clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. With Raka's strength, ordinary explosives could not hurt him. The sky-flipping seal was considered a small toy in the Holy Land inheritance. Its power was ordinary, so it could only hurt Raka a little. However, using it in such a situation was a great hindrance to Raka's pursuit of Joji. With this explosion, Joji took the opportunity to open up a distance of dozens of meters. Raka had no choice but to continue chasing after him. I don't believe that you still have that kind of bomb. Raka did not know that Joji had a space ring. He thought that Joji did not have many tricks up his sleeves. At the same time, he snorted and raised his sword again, intending to attack Joji. However, Joji did not do as Raka wished. Instead, he generously threw him another sky flipping seal, and there were two of them. When Raka saw that Joji threw two sky flipping seals at him, he was so scared that he immediately blocked with his sword. Bang! The moment Raka was blocked by the strong flame wave, Joji took the opportunity to speed up and escape, opening up a distance of more than 100 meters. Raka was furious. As he roared, the veins on his forehead bulged. The strength of his spiritual force field suddenly increased exponentially. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Buzz! Raka slashed out with his sword. The explosion of terrifying energy gathered at one point, causing a slight distortion in space. Under Raka's control, this distortion of space was transmitted through space. Across a distance of more than 100 meters, it landed on Joji's back in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Joji's instincts made him tremble. His spiritual force subconsciously pushed the defense of the netherworld armor to the limit. The lightning power of the Thunder Soul Pearl also shot out to the limit, interfering with everything near Joji. For a moment, Joji's defense reached the highest level in his life. However, when Raka's distortion of space landed on Joji's back, pooh! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Joji's mouth like a fountain. Joji's skin wasn't damaged in the slightest, but his internal organs had been shattered in an instant. Over 80% of his muscles and bones had been damaged. His entire body was like a meteor plummeting downwards at subsonic speeds. Chapter 38. An attack that could distort space. Raka's most powerful attack. Still not dead, Raka scanned with his mental power and found that Zhou Jie's aura was far from the point of death. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Raka believed that even someone of the same level as him would die without a doubt from that attack. However, Zhou Jie's combat power was definitely not at the level of an SS. It was simply unbelievable that he was still alive after taking a direct hit from Raka. It's good that he's not dead. Then I'll just cripple him. He must have some secrets on him. Raka could not help but consider this at this time. He accelerated and chased after Zhou Jie. At the same time, Raka's spiritual force field changed again. As he grasped at Zhou Jie, his spiritual force was directly used on Zhou Jie to slow him down. Noiselessly, the entire space fell into a deathly stillness at this moment. All sound disappeared. Silence. For a full 3 seconds, Raka kept his hand in the air, his body suspended in the air. His face was filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. What's going on? Raka was furious. At the same time, the Rakshasa saber shot out and stabbed back and forth at Zhou Jie's original position. And all this was because Zhou Jie had suddenly disappeared. When Zhou Jie recovered from his daze, he saw a green fluorescent light around him. Waves of strange energy automatically entered his body and healed his injuries. The healing effect was amazing. In almost 2 to 3 breaths, Zhou Jie's body, which was more than 80% damaged, was completely healed. During the whole process, Zhou Jie only felt a warm current flowing through his body. When the warm current quickly faded, he found that his body was even stronger than before he was injured. Zhou Jie heaved a sigh of relief and lamented that his life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, it was Kakashi who brought him here at the critical moment. Zhou Jie remembered that this was the so-called realm of the 6 paths, and the 6 paths pagoda was located here. However, this time, Zhou Jie didn't see Kakashi appear, which made him a little puzzled. Since Kakashi brought him here, didn't he plan to come out and explain to him that he had tricked him? Then Zhou Jie frowned again because he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to know how to get out of here. How are they going to get out? Zhou Jie spun around on the spot and finally scratched his head. His face was extremely dark. Kakashi, I'll teach you a lesson when I get out. In the end, Zhou Jie could only make up his mind. Then he started walking in the light green 6 paths realm. However, after just a few steps, Zhou Jie noticed that the space in front of him fluctuated slightly. A young man in a green shirt appeared there and looked at Zhou Jie with eyes as calm as water. Zhou Jie was very surprised to see a life form in the realm of the 6 paths and couldn't help but ask in surprise, You are the current inheritor of the Zhou clan, Zhou Jie?" The young man of about 13 or 14 years old did not answer Zhou Jie's question. Instead, he asked back. His eyes were always clear and gave Zhou Jie an indescribable sense of oppression. Zhou Jie was surprised. While wondering how the young man knew him, he said with a little fear, "Yes. May I ask who senior is?" "My name is Yi Fan," the young man replied faintly. Then, without waiting for Zhou Jie's reaction, he raised one of his hands. Whoosh! Like a flash of lightning, the young man named Yi Fan appeared in front of Zhou Jie. He raised his hand with 5 fingers together and gently swiped down. Boom! The whole realm of the 6 paths seemed to shatter. Before the shock on Zhou Jie's face could completely appear, his whole body shattered with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, there was not even a skeleton left. The netherworld armor turned back into a girdle and floated in the air. The Thunder Soul Pearl and Golden Lotus Sword Flower also quietly hung in the place where Zhou Jie disappeared. Gurgle, gurgle. Amidst a series of liquid-flowing sounds, the life energy that had been condensed into a liquid state quickly condensed and gradually transformed into a naked Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie even maintained a shocked expression on his face. "You're too weak now. Stay here and cultivate." How about you leave when you can withstand my attack, just now? Ivan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and stared at Zhou Jie as he spoke indifferently. There was an irresistible sense of oppression that even made Zhou Jie want to submit. Okay, Zhou Jie felt that something was wrong as soon as he said that. If he became strong enough to withstand that attack, just now, who knows how long it would take. But why did he agree to it? Realizing that, Zhou Jie couldn't go back on his word. So, he couldn't help but ask, Senior, how long will it take for me to withstand your attack, just now? Or what level do I have to reach? Hearing the question, Ifan casually replied, My attack just now was on the threshold of the Star-Lord level. You only need to resist it without dying. A month is enough for you to stay here. 1 month is enough for me to resist a Star-Lord level attack. Zhou Jie was so shocked that he found it hard to believe. He couldn't have imagined that he could strengthen himself to the point where he could resist such a horrifying attack within a month. A Star-Lord level attack is already so horrifying. The Star-Lord level experts are unimaginably strong. Zhou Jie then sighed. He felt that Ifan's attack was enough to split a mountain. He didn't know that it was only on the threshold of the Star-Lord level. Ivan didn't pay attention to Zhou Jie's shocked expression. He waved his hand and sent out 10 blue balls of light with varying brightness. He continued to say to Zhou Jie, Shatter these 10 balls of light in turn. Once all of them are shattered, you can leave. Zhou Jie was stunned when he heard that. Just as he was about to respond, Ifan turned around and disappeared into thin air. Zhou Jie was lost for words. He was about to shake his head and sigh when he heard Kakashi's voice behind him. Wow, Zhou Jie, you ran into consecrated Ifan. You're so lucky. Zhou Jie instantly turned around, only to see Kakashi appear 100 meters behind him. He frowned and asked in confusion, Kakashi, have you been there the whole time? Kakashi nodded with a smile and replied, Yes, but I was invisible. You couldn't see me, right? Zhou Jie resisted the urge to beat Kakashi up. He snorted and said, Kakashi, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You wanted me to fight that SS-level warrior? I almost got you killed. Kakashi was a little embarrassed by Zhou Jie's question, but he quickly smiled and said, This? How would I know that person was so strong? He has reached rank X combat power. However, I have my own plans. He has a helper on the spaceship who is even stronger than him. Zhou Jie was silent for a moment. He did not intend to pursue the matter. Instead, he remembered Kakashi's surprise just now. So he asked, By the way, you said that I was lucky to run into consecrated Ifan? Yes, Kakashi said excitedly when he heard Zhou Jie mention Ifan. By the way, this Ifan surname is not Zhou. Is he also from the Zhou Holy Land? Zhou Jie suddenly realized this and could not help but wonder. Kakashi nodded. Yes, he is one of the 3 transcendent consecrators of the Holy Land. Although he has a different surname, as a transcendent consecrator, his position in the Holy Land is in the top 10. Transcendent. Zhou Jie was more sensitive to this term when he heard it again. He had no idea when he heard these realms before, but now that he saw the attack power of the threshold of the Star-Lord rank, he suddenly believed what Kakashi said. For example, an Imperial Emperor could destroy a planet with a breath, and a Transcendent was above the Imperial Emperor rank and the Imperial Emperor rank. How terrifying was their strength? How did Senior Ifan die? Suddenly, Zhou Jie realized a more shocking question, so he asked. Kakashi obviously did not expect Zhou Jie to suddenly ask this. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know. Master once told me that transcendent masters are truly extraordinary. Except for Saint Realm masters, almost no one can really kill them. At most, they can only consume their energy and finally turn them into soul origin state forever. It seems that consecrated Ifan is in soul origin state now, and the other souls in the 6 realms are just memory replicas. Chapter 39. Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He thought to himself, there are still immortals in this world? Are you kidding me? However, Zhou Jie wasn't in a hurry to deny this point. Instead, he asked in confusion, "Then you mean that Senior Yi Fan is the only transcendent in the six realms?" "That's right," Kakashi replied immediately. "What about the other transcendents of the Zhou Holy Land?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask again. This time, Kakashi paused for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure. I'm just an intelligent life form. Why would I care about the affairs of the transcendents?" Zhou Jie felt that it made sense. He was no longer curious about it, and instead asked, "Then I have to follow Senior Yi Fan's instructions and break these 10 light balls before I can leave?" As he spoke, Zhou Jie scanned the 10 light balls around him. Kakashi nodded. "Of course. It's your honor that Senior Yi Fan is willing to guide you. Besides, cultivating here in the early stages is much faster than cultivating outside. If you weren't in a hurry to go back, I would have let you cultivate here." Zhou Jie was a little speechless. He didn't pursue the matter of why he wasn't allowed to cultivate here these few days. He just nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll start. Don't disturb me." When Kakashi heard this, he immediately said, "I won't disturb you. I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. I'll come back to see you later." After Kakashi left, Zhou Jie calmed down and began to face the first light ball closest to him. Its light was the dimmest, and Zhou Jie thought that it would be the easiest to break. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jie spun on the spot and used the force of the rotation to throw the Kadi's blade at close range. It hit the center of the first light ball, with Zhou Jie as the visual projection surface. Dong! With a dull sound, the light ball fiercely caved in and flattened. Then it bounced the Kadi's blade to the side and quickly restored its shape. Its position in the air didn't move at all. Zhou Jie was shocked to see this. He didn't expect that the Kadi's blade he threw at close range couldn't break just the first light ball. Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown, because just now, the attack power of the Kadi's blade could be said to have reached 90% of his maximum attack power. In terms of attack power alone, he couldn't perform a stronger attack with a Golden Lotus Sword. The main reason was that the Golden Lotus Sword was harder to control. Although the effect of the sword was definitely better than throwing the Kadi's blade in battle, the damage output of the sword was definitely not as good as the latter. Zhou Jie thought for a moment and felt that his own strength alone wasn't enough to break the first light ball with the flying dagger. When the power of the flying dagger was very strong, it was difficult to greatly increase the power of the flying dagger with his spiritual power. This problem didn't attract his attention at first, because his strength at that time was much weaker than now. But now, it seemed that he needed to think about this problem. After thinking about it, Zhou Jie closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. The Kadi's blade spun and shot out again. At the same time, Zhou Jie tried to use his spiritual power to support the Kadi's blade, further increasing its power. Boom! The first light ball broke. Zhou Jie saw this and only nodded slightly. There wasn't much joy on his face. Obviously, he didn't feel much pressure to break the first light ball. However, he was not satisfied with the effect of his spiritual power. According to the theory of 1 + 1 is equal to 2, after the combination of spiritual power and physical power, the total power should be far greater than the power he was displaying at the moment. When the flying dagger's speed is fast, it's difficult for my spiritual power to lock on and support it. Zhou Jie found the problem and sat down directly. He used his spiritual power to call back the Kadi's blade and began to think and experiment. After half a day, Zhou Jie finally found that this was caused by the lack of spiritual power and the lack of a certain spiritual prediction. The so-called spiritual prediction was like a ball flying in front of him. If he wanted to hit the ball so that he could advance faster, he needed to hit the ball at the maximum point of his strength and hit it in the opposite direction of the ball's forward direction. Only then could he maximize his strength on the ball. If I can achieve the maximum enhancement of my spiritual power, no matter if I throw the flying dagger or directly control the flying dagger with my spiritual power, my attack power will be strengthened. The increase is estimated to be more than 30%. After thoroughly understanding this through experiments and thinking, Zhou Jie began to train crazily for this. As a top assassin, Zhou Jie was used to harsh, hellish training on himself. In addition, his talent was really good, so his progress was very fast. After almost 2 days without sleep and rest, Zhou Jie completely mastered the technique of perfect enhancement of his spiritual power. During this period, Zhou Jie was also surprised to find that because of the special energy in this space, he did not feel tired or hungry at all. Whenever there was an obvious sense of exhaustion, the energy in this space would automatically replenish his body. Even the depletion of his spiritual power could be easily recovered. Therefore, after these 2 days of crazy training, Zhou Jie's spiritual power and physical energy had made great progress. It was like a fitness enthusiast who was constantly training for 2 days without rest. His muscles were constantly worn down, but they were constantly being replenished and strengthened. In this way, the effects of 2 months of training for an ordinary person could not compare to the effects of 2 days of training for this person. After mastering the technique of perfect enhancement of his spiritual power and feeling the obvious improvement of his strength, Zhou Jie stood up again and looked at the second light ball. Whoosh! The golden lotus sword flower rose from Zhou Jie's back like lightning. 144 golden swords were connected head to tail, forming a straight line. Then, like golden arrows, they shot towards the same point of the second light ball. Dong, dong, dong. In a series of dense collision sounds, the golden swords were constantly bounced to one side, and the second light ball was constantly squashed. Finally, at the 92nd golden sword, the second light ball could not withstand the continuous high-intensity attack and suddenly shattered and disappeared. I've actually become so much stronger. Zhou Jie himself did not expect that the second ball of light would actually be broken apart by him purely controlling the golden lotus sword flower with his spiritual force. This meant that even if Zhou Jie used his spiritual force to control the flying daggers, he would still be able to unleash an attack that was even stronger than before. No wonder Senior Yi Fan said that 1 month was enough. At this rate, I'm afraid I can advance to level SS in less than 5 days, right? Zhou Jie could not help but guess at this moment. He could not help but feel excited. He had never dared to believe that he could become stronger so quickly, and more importantly, there were no after effects. However, the attack power of the threshold of the Star-Lord rank is too terrifying. Even a level SS expert who chased me before would have been instantly killed by such an attack. Only by reaching level X will I have the power to resist it. When Zhou Jie thought of this, he quickly dispelled the distracting thoughts and once again seriously immersed himself in cultivation. On the other side, Kane and Raka were in a stronghold of the Sun Cover organization, waiting for the spaceship sent by the headquarters. Kane received the message and said to Raka, "The spaceship is about to arrive. Let's get ready to go back." Raka, who was holding a bottle of wine and continuously drinking, paused when he heard this. Then he slammed the bottle back on the table and said in a hoarse voice, "But I'm not willing to let that kid escape right under my nose. He must have a huge secret." Kane nodded and said, "Yes, but the weapon that destroyed our spaceship was at least a D-grade spaceship's weapon system. Our Emperor of Assassins can't afford to offend an organization with a D-grade spaceship. Besides, you won't be able to find Zhou Jie, so just give up." Hearing this, Raka closed his eyes and shook his head slowly. Obviously, it was very difficult for him to accept this result, but he couldn't say anything about what he must do to Zhou Jie. Seeing Raka like this, how could Kane not understand the pain in his heart? Ross had always been Raka's exclusive property. Now, he had been killed by Zhou Jie and the mysterious organization. Although Raka did not dare to say that he would destroy the mysterious organization, killing Zhou Jie was something he had to do no matter what. "How about we ask the Blackbird to send someone?" Kane suddenly said, then added, "But I'm afraid it's difficult for you and me to afford this price." "Blackbird?" When Raka heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Kane with burning eyes. Then he said in a powerful voice, "Let's do it." Chapter 40. Cain sighed in his heart when he saw Raka's decision. However, Raka had once saved his life. Although Raka had always treated Cain as an opponent, the two were actually like brothers. Since Raka had made up his mind, Cain could only say, "Then let's give it a try. I still have some savings on hand. Maybe it's enough." Raka looked at Cain and said, "Cain, you know me. I don't need your help. At most, I'll accept the Blackbird mission as compensation." When Cain heard this, he chuckled and said, "I have to blame Zhou Jie for destroying my spaceship. You're not the only one who wants to kill him." In the Six Paths realm, Zhou Jie had already begun to try to break the third light ball. However, this time, Zhou Jie attacked with the Golden Lotus Sword for more than a minute and still could not break the light ball. Therefore, Zhou Jie switched to using the Kadi's blade at close range. With the support of his spiritual power, he barely managed to break the third light ball with the fifth slash. If the third light ball is so difficult, it seems that the fourth light ball will require an SS rank combat power to break. Zhou Jie thought. He did not plan to try to break the fourth light ball. Instead, he walked to the side and began to train his basic strength. 3 days later, Zhou Jie's strength soared again. He had completely reached SS rank. At the same time, he began to study the 5 major sword formations of the Golden Lotus Swords. The 5 great sword formations of the Golden Lotus Sword Flower were the pinnacle of the utilization of the Golden Lotus Sword Flower. According to the learning memories that Zhou Jie had obtained, each of these 5 great sword formations was extremely powerful, and the requirements for one's mental strength and control were extremely harsh. Previously, Zhou Jie had tried one of the sword formations, and the result was naturally looking at the ocean and sighing. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie had a preliminary foundation to simulate the power of the sword formations. Therefore, he began to try again. The 5 major sword formations of the Golden Lotus Swords were Waterfall Smash, Meteor Fall, Tai Chi Annihilation, Omnipresent, and Unstoppable. These 5 sword formations each had their own strengths, and their power was uneven. However, they were all extremely powerful attacks. At least, they were many times stronger than the attacks Zhou Jie usually displayed with the flying daggers. Zhou Jie first learned the Waterfall Smash sword formation. As the name suggested, once the sword formation was used, its power could shatter a waterfall. This was enough to show its power. In terms of the arrangement of the golden swords in this sword formation, the golden swords were generally combined into a shuttle with 2 sharp ends and a thick and round middle. Of course, this was only in terms of appearance. The real mystery of the sword formation was naturally in its combination. The cooperation and linkage between the golden swords, as well as a series of fine control of the energy utilization efficiency, etc. Without the support of a huge amount of spiritual power, it was absolutely impossible to exert the power of the sword formation. In fact, to maintain the perfect shape of the shuttle already made Zhou Jie feel mentally strained. This was because when the shuttle was moving at high speed, the golden swords at the 2 ends actually needed to maintain balance. This was the only way to maintain the perfect shape of the shuttle. This was a great challenge to Zhou Jie's spiritual control. In the beginning, he could not hold on for more than a minute before the shuttle automatically disintegrated into 2 halves. Later, Zhou Jie understood that the reason why the waterfall smash was so powerful was because of the balance in the shuttle. When the balance reached the limit and was actively released to disintegrate, the split golden swords could burst out with extraordinary power, just like the principle of nuclear fission. After barely controlling the waterfall smash sword formation, Zhou Jie knew that his spiritual power was not enough to truly exert the power of the sword formation. So he began to deduce the other 4 sword formations and use them to consume a lot of his spiritual power. Then, he continued to greatly strengthen his spiritual power through the replenishment of the 6 realms. It had to be said that this process seemed easy, but in fact it was repetitive, long, and extremely painful. The spiritual power would fall from heaven to hell from time to time, and then fly back to heaven and continue falling. Without the support of a strong will, it was easy for one's spiritual power to collapse. Fortunately, Zhou Jie was not an ordinary person. As a top assassin, endurance was a compulsory course. On the 13th day of Zhou Jie's entry into the Six Realms, at some point, Zhou Jie, who had just recovered, suddenly opened his eyes. Under the control of his spiritual power, the blade of Cadiz shot out like lightning and hit the center of the fourth light ball. Bang! The fourth light ball shattered, and the blade of Cadiz drew an extreme arc in the air and quickly returned to Zhou Jie's hand. Now the fifth one. This time, Zhou Jie did not stop after breaking the first light ball. His eyes quickly fell on the fifth light ball. At the same time, the golden lotus sword flower formed into the shape of a shuttle. It vibrated on the spot and then shot towards the fifth light ball like a cannonball. Golden lotus sword formation, waterfall smash. Boom! The shuttle broke automatically at the moment when it was about to hit the fifth light ball and released the golden sword in the middle, which hit the fifth light ball with a terrifying explosive force. This time, the fifth light ball was easily popped like a bubble, and almost without making a loud sound, it turned into nothingness. Seeing the power of the waterfall smash, Zhou Jie's eyes lit up, and he could not wait to use it to attack the sixth light ball. Boom! The sixth light ball was also destroyed, and Zhou Jie could not help but be excited. The power of the waterfall smash was much stronger than he expected. Then, Zhou Jie tried to attack the seventh light ball, but as he expected, the seventh light ball was only severely dented and was not destroyed by the waterfall smash. The seventh light ball is still a little short, so I'll continue to strengthen the foundation and perfect the five sword formations. With the joy of continuous improvement, Zhou Jie became very happy, even if this kind of cultivation was very boring and unbearable. Without saying a word, he threw himself into the arduous cultivation again. At the same time, Kakashi was hiding hundreds of meters away, eating a big watermelon in his left hand and a big pineapple in his right hand. He nodded his head, expressing his approval of Zhou Jie's progress. There are too many delicious things on this planet. While Zhou Jie is cultivating, I must seize the opportunity to eat all the delicious things. After saying that, Kakashi shook his head and disappeared from the Six Paths realm. After Kakashi left, Zhou Jie suddenly opened his eyes from his cultivation, and his gaze fell on the spot where Kakashi disappeared, and then he shook his head helplessly. On the 20th day, Zhou Jie entered the Six Paths realm. Tai Chi destruction. Following Zhou Jie's shout, 144 golden swords spun out and intertwined with each other to form a hollow disc, and shot toward the seventh light ball. Bang! The Taiji destruction sword formation was in charge of strangling. The seventh light ball was encircled in the middle of the formation, and the roulette quickly rotated and contracted. With the extremely powerful shearing force, it successfully broke the seventh light ball. Then Zhou Jie changed his sword formation and attacked the eighth light ball with the meteor fall sword formation. As a result, the eighth light ball only shook violently, and there was no obvious change in shape. This result made Zhou Jie a little anxious. 2/3 of a month had passed, and he had not even destroyed the eighth light ball. So, how could he do as Senior Fan said, and destroy 10 light balls in a month? Fortunately, Zhou Jie thought about it and understood that Fan's words were based on his own standards. Zhou Jie was definitely unable to destroy 10 light balls in a month. I've been studying sword formations all this time, and the strengthening of my body's energy has obviously fallen behind. It's time to strengthen my body. After Zhou Jie realized this, he immediately took out the Kadi's blade, changed it into a katana form, and went forward to cut the eighth light ball. On the 29th day, Zhou Jie successfully cut the eighth light ball with the Kadi's blade, indicating that his body's strength had caught up and his strength had reached the peak of SS level. At this time, Zhou Jie thought that if he were to fight against Raka again, he would definitely have the strength to fight. On the 37th day, Zhou Jie successfully advanced to X level and his strength soared. After half a day of polishing by himself, he successfully destroyed the ninth light ball with the everywhere sword formation. On the 46th day, Zhou Jie preliminarily mastered the strongest sword formation, unstoppable. Unstoppable. Zhou Jie used all his strength to perform the golden lotus sword flower and condensed it into a cone-shaped spike and finally landed heavily on the surface of the 10th light ball. Boom! Under the attack, the space was stirred, and in the loud sound of a landslide, the 10th light ball was suppressed to the limit. Chapter 41. However, Unstoppable was unable to advance any further and break the 10th light ball. Zhou Jie's eyes narrowed. While controlling the golden lotus sword to retreat, he rushed forward and held the Kadi's blade with both hands. Boom! As the saber slashed down, it actually caused the space around it to distort. The power of Zhou Jie's slash was 5 times stronger than Raka's slash. Dong! When the Kadi's blade touched the 10th light ball, the 10th light ball suddenly became extremely depressed, but still did not break. At the same time, Zhou Jie used all his strength, and his eyes were about to pop out. He once again activated the golden lotus sword flower. Unstoppable. Dong! The 10th light ball broke. Zhou Jie used too much strength and fell forward. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie was ecstatic. After 46 days, he finally completed the first test Ivan gave him. However, before Zhou Jie could stand up, he felt the space around him distort. After the familiar feeling of teleportation, he found himself in the spaceship's main control room. At the moment, Kakashi was sitting on the seat in front of the control panel of the spaceship, eating a series of fruits such as dragon fruit, cantaloupe, apple, lychee, longan, etc., while playing a large-scale shooting game with great interest. Zhou Jie was speechless. He walked behind Kakashi and saw that the shooting game on the virtual projection screen had just started. Kakashi's character encountered a large group of people running in all directions. Then, he heard the game's voice announcement. Player Sir Kakashi got first blood. Player Sir Kakashi has completed a double kill. Player Sir Kakashi has completed a triple kill. Player Sir Kakashi has completed a quintuple kill. He is invincible. Player Sir Kakashi has completed a quintuple kill. He is godly. Player Sir Kakashi has completed a quintuple kill. He is invincible. Player Sir Kakashi has completed a quintuple kill. He is unparalleled. Zhou Jie originally wanted to ask Kakashi, "Do you know how to play games?" But at this moment he was completely speechless. Holy **T, is he cheating? In the end, Kakashi single-handedly killed 26 people in the game, including himself. There were 30 people in total, and obtained a lot of titles in the game, as well as the highest score in the system. Kakashi. Zhou Jie finally couldn't hold it in anymore, so he called out to Kakashi after he finished his game. Hearing this, Kakashi immediately exited the virtual world. When he turned around and saw Zhou Jie, he immediately smiled and said, "Ah, Zhou Jie, why are you out so soon?" When Zhou Jie heard this, he couldn't help but feel speechless. He immediately said, "Is it fast?" "I don't think it's fast, but you seem to be enjoying yourself. You even bought so many fruits and started playing games here." Hearing that Zhou Jie's tone seemed to be a little unfriendly, Kakashi immediately smiled embarrassedly. Then he rolled his eyes and immediately handed a cantaloupe to Zhou Jie, saying, Come. Zhou Jie, you've worked hard. Have a melon, it's very sweet." When Zhou Jie saw this, he didn't want to argue with Kakashi about his greed for pleasure. He immediately took the cantaloupe and asked casually, "Where's the knife?" "Knife?" Kakashi heard this and was stunned on the spot. He was puzzled. When Zhou Jie saw Kakashi's reaction, he couldn't help but feel speechless. He quickly asked, "How did you eat without a knife?" When Kakashi heard this, he was stunned again. He immediately reacted and took the cantaloupe in Zhou Jie's hand. Then, he opened his mouth wide and directly took a big bite of the cantaloupe's skin. After chewing with his mouth, he looked up at Zhou Jie and said vaguely, "I ate it like this. What's wrong?" "Zhou Jie, it's nothing. When you eat other fruits, do you not spit out the seeds?" Zhou Jie was speechless and asked casually. Unexpectedly, when Kakashi heard this, he looked confused. "Seeds? What seeds?" Zhou Jie held his forehead. It's nothing. You can continue eating like this. I won't eat anymore. I'll give them all to you. Really? Zhou Jie, you're too good. This thing called fruit is very sweet and delicious. When Kakashi heard that Zhou Jie didn't eat fruit, he immediately said excitedly. He grabbed 2 unpeeled lychees and stuffed them into his mouth. Zhou Jie. After Zhou Jie picked a chair in the control room and sat down, he asked Kakashi, "By the way, have you thought about the operation plan that I asked you to prepare?" When Kakashi heard Zhou Jie mention business, he immediately swallowed the 2 lychees that he hadn't chewed yet. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then, he nodded and replied, Yes, I've thought about it. Next, I'll fly to the Dragon Pulse planet and change into a low-profile spaceship there. I'll also take care of the luggage that I need. Luggage? Zhou Jie couldn't help but be puzzled. Sigh, you'll know when the time comes. With your current strength, there are many things that you can't expose, including the extraordinary coins and this G-grade spaceship. If those above the Star Lord level know about these 2 things, you won't be able to survive even if you have 10 lives. Kakashi shook his head and said, but his tone was very serious, which was rare for him. Zhou Jie nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he couldn't help but ask, where is the Dragon Pulse planet? Kakashi answered in detail, I've learned through the cosmic network that the sun we're on now is located in the Taiwu star system in the 4th dimensional universe, the Qianyu star ocean, the Wanhai star system, or a smaller one, in the silver system of the Taiwu star system. As for the Dragon Pulse planet, it's located in the Blue River star system of the Taiwu star system, about 126,000 light-years away from the sun. Also, the Dragon Pulse planet is one of the 6 prosperous commercial planets in the Taiwu star system, tens of thousands of times more developed than the sun. Kakashi answered so many questions in one breath and answered Zhou Jie's questions about the Dragon Pulse planet. Therefore, Zhou Jie nodded and was about to ask another question when Kakashi answered first. If we set off now, we'll arrive in about 2 months. Any other questions? Zhou Jie, is there any trouble in the outside world? If you're talking about the beautiful lady you saved last time, she's fine. Kakashi answered honestly. Okay, then there's no problem. Let's set off. Zhou Jie finally said. Got it. Kakashi immediately gave the command to the spaceship. A few seconds later, the huge G-class spaceship that had been hovering in the sky above the sun disappeared with a whoosh. Not long after that, Zhou Jie was shocked by the power of modern technology. After accelerating again and again, the G-class spaceship finally entered the subspace. According to Kakashi, the subspace was a layer of deep space. The energy particles in the subspace moved at several times the speed of light. The G-class spaceship could travel at more than 1,000 times the speed of light in the subspace, and it could even perform a space jump, crossing hundreds of light-years in one go. During the 2 months on the spaceship, Zhou Jie began to adapt his strength to the real space. Because in the 6 realms, Zhou Jie could quickly replenish his energy consumption, so he didn't know how much energy he would consume in the real space after performing a certain number of moves. Such a situation would also have a certain impact on his endurance. Therefore, Zhou Jie needed to adapt to the limits of the real space as soon as possible. More than 2 months later, the spaceship arrived above the Dragon Pulse planet as Kakashi expected. Zhou Jie, we're here. Kakashi shouted excitedly, jumping up from his chair. Zhou Jie, who was still meditating on his cultivation, also woke up when he heard this. He stood up and asked, Do we need to stop flying? However, Kakashi heard this and said, Well, the G-class spaceship can't be exposed. Wait for me to activate stealth, then choose a suitable place to land. Zhou Jie just nodded and didn't say anything. Kakashi could always handle things in this regard perfectly. Zhou Jie didn't need to worry or even ask about it. Not long after, the spaceship landed smoothly. Zhou Jie followed Kakashi down the spaceship. Then, Zhou Jie put the G-class spaceship back into the space ring according to Kakashi's instructions. After doing all this, he looked at the environment around him and Kakashi. Kakashi, What the hell kind of place did you choose? Why is there garbage everywhere? This is the garbage disposal site. Why did you choose this place? A small mistake, a small mistake. When I scanned the flat ground, I didn't notice that this is the edge of the garbage dump. It stinks. Let's get out of here quickly. Oh. Chapter 42. After leaving the garbage dump, Zhou Jie and Zhang Zian came to a wide street. Even though it was a street next to the city's garbage dump, there were still many cars passing by. Zhou Jie was about to ask Kakashi what to do next when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow above his head. He looked up and saw that it was a small magnetic spaceship. Then, Zhou Jie saw that such spaceships could be seen almost everywhere in the sky, and they all seemed to be moving according to a planned route. There was no possibility of collision between them. Zhou Jie had seen magnetic spaceships like this before, whether it was in Planet Killer or Planet Solar. However, they were usually owned by the rich. Zhou Jie found it hard to imagine that they could be seen everywhere. Kakashi saw Zhou Jie's expression and immediately guessed, so he said, "Okay, this is Dragon Pulse Planet. I told you, it's much more prosperous than the other planets you've seen. Don't make a fuss about anything later, or you'll embarrass me." Zhou Jie heard this and looked down coldly at Kakashi, who was 3 heads shorter than him. Then he raised his hand and knocked on his head. "Hurry up and arrange where to go next." "Ouch, I know. Don't hit my head in the future. What if you break my smart head?" Kakashi said, covering his head with both hands. Zhou Jie. After a while, Kakashi used the global network connected to Dragon Pulse Planet to locate him and Zhou Jie. Then Kakashi said to Zhou Jie, "We have to sell some things first, get some money, and then buy some things we need." Zhou Jie could not help but be puzzled. "Sell things? What do we have to sell?" Kakashi heard the question and immediately rolled his eyes at Zhou Jie. Most of the things in this sacred hall of heritage are not useful. They can all be sold. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be speechless. Anyway, he felt that the things in the Inheritance Temple were very unusual, but Kakashi didn't care about them at all. However, although they're toys from the sacred land, they're still treasures for those below the Star Lord level. They should be worth a lot of money. Let's sell a couple of them and be done with it. Kakashi calculated excitedly. Zhou Jie knew that they could not do anything without money, so he nodded and said, "Then let's sell them. Where are we going?" Kakashi chuckled and replied, "Let's go directly to the largest international trade area on Dragon Pulse Planet. The Dragon Pulse treasure. Not only can we sell the toys from the sacred ground, but we can also buy the things we want there." "Kakashi, can't you stop mentioning the word toy? After all this time, I'm wearing a full set of toys?" Zhou Jie's mouth twitched when he heard Kakashi mention sacred ground toys and thought of his netherworld battle suit, Kadi's blade, and even the golden lotus sword flower. Okay, let's go sell treasures, sell treasures." Kakashi smiled awkwardly at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie did not comment, but he suddenly thought of a problem, so he asked Kakashi, "By the way, how do we get there?" Kakashi's face stiffened when he heard the question. He looked at Zhou Jie for a few seconds. Seeing that Zhou Jie was holding his forehead, Kakashi quickly said, "Oh, it's nothing. We'll take the subway." "Subway? But where do we get the money?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask again. Unexpectedly, Kakashi said, "The subway is charged by the system. I, Kakashi, have never paid for this kind of system charge." When Zhou Jie and Kakashi took the subway for 9 hours and successfully arrived at the surface of the city where the Dragon Pulse treasure was located, Kakashi stretched his waist excitedly and said to Zhou Jie, "A big city is really different. Although it's not the most prosperous I've ever seen, it's much better than the cities on Japan. This is where the rich live." However, Zhou Jie only said to Kakashi lightly, "Pay for the subway fare later." Kakashi, the Dragon Pulse treasure, in a broad sense, referred to the large-scale international trade zone centered around the coiling Dragon City, where Zhou Jie and Zhang Heng were at. In fact, the Dragon Pulse treasure also referred to the most prosperous free trade zone in the center of coiling Dragon City. When Kakashi brought Zhou Jie to the Dragon Pulse Treasure, Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel like a country bumpkin entering the city. Fortunately, he was wearing the Netherworld combat suit, which covered his face, so he didn't have to worry about how others would look at him. Looking down from the sky, the Dragon Pulse Treasure looked like a circular area. The roads inside were crisscrossing, and there were also many tall buildings. However, the entire area was clearly separated from the roads and buildings outside. Although it was said to be the core of the International Free Trade Zone, it was still free to enter and exit. Even commoners could enter and tour. It was just that it was a bit extravagant for ordinary people to buy things here. In addition, although Zhou Jie's clothes were weirder than ordinary people, there were also all kinds of strange people and cultivators in the Dragon Pulse Treasure. Naturally, the people here wouldn't pay too much attention to Zhou Jie's attire. Kakashi led Zhou Jie through the Dragon Pulse Treasure and finally stopped in front of shop. The Coiling Dragon Auction House specializes in auction items. When Zhou Jie saw the big sign in front of the shop, he immediately understood why Kakashi brought him here. Then, before Zhou Jie could ask, Kakashi said to Zhou Jie, wait for me here for a while. I'll go sell some money. Okay. Zhou Jie had never liked to do trivial things. Now that Kakashi directly told him to wait, he was naturally happy. Then, Kakashi walked toward the staff in front of the shop. Little friend, what's the matter? When the shop host saw Kakashi walking toward him, he immediately stood up and asked. He thought that Kakashi and his master were separated. However, when Kakashi heard the staff call him a little friend, he immediately became a little angry. He glared at the staff and said, Who's a little friend? How do I look like a little friend? I'm here to sell things. Zhou Jie stood not far away. When he saw Kakashi start to scold the staff, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. I can't see anything. About half an hour later, Kakashi and the staff walked out of the shop. The staff changed his previous attitude of calling him a little friend and followed behind Kakashi with a respectful look. Sir, take care. Come visit often when you have time. If you have any other good things, just bring them to me. I'll make the decision and definitely give you a satisfactory price. When Zhou Jie saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Kakashi's method of educating people was really not to be trifled with. Zhou Jie, we got the money. Let's quickly go shopping. After Kakashi got rid of the staff, he ran over to Zhou Jie and said excitedly, How much? Zhou Jie went straight to the point and asked, Well, I thought it was troublesome to auction them, so I directly sold a few things at a low price. I only got a few billion star coins. Kakashi said casually, A few billion? When Zhou Jie heard this number, he was subconsciously shocked. No matter which planet's currency, as long as it was linked to star coins, hundreds of millions was not a small number, not to mention the star coins that were commonly used in the vast majority of star fields. P.S. One extraordinary coin is almost equal to 100 million universe coins. One universe coin is almost equal to 1,000 star coins. Currencies below the star coin level are generally limited to circulation on a planet or between a few planets. However, Zhou Jie thought about it from another perspective. Treasures like the nether armor were highly sought after by rich people and cultivators. For those who were truly rich, they could spend a few 100 million star coins to buy a C-grade or even D-grade spaceship. Naturally, they would also spend a few 100 million star coins to buy good equipment, especially for powerful cultivators. Generally, powerful cultivators of SS grade and above would have a net worth of at least a few billion star coins. Kakashi appeared to be very excited at this moment. He completely ignored Zhou Jie's surprise and immediately pulled Zhou Jie towards a tall building not far away. At the same time, he said, Don't just stand there. Let's go and buy a spaceship to cover our tracks. Chapter 43. Zhou Jie did not resist and let Kakashi pull him into the building. There were many miniaturized models of spaceships in the building, and the product information of each spaceship was displayed. Although they were miniaturized models, they were still 2 to 3 meters tall. Not only did they show the exterior of the spaceship, but they also showed the interior of the spaceship clearly. If it were not for the fact that they could not operate with fuel, Zhou Jie would have thought that these were real spaceships. Zhou Jie, what do you think of this spaceship? Isn't it cool? Kakashi took a liking to a spaceship and called out to Zhou Jie, who was also starting to choose. Zhou Jie turned his head and glanced at the spaceship that Kakashi chose. Good heavens, you call this cool? If you drive such a spaceship out, you'll be lucky if it doesn't get smashed. The design is simply asking to be smashed. I wonder what the designer of this spaceship was thinking at the time. So Zhou Jie directly said to Kakashi, "Let me choose. Don't make a fuss." Kakashi heard this and was immediately unhappy. He quickly asked Zhou Jie, "How am I making a fuss? I'm choosing a spaceship for you. Look at how cool that spaceship is. It's simply..." "Listen to me, Kakashi." Zhou Jie raised his voice and interrupted Kakashi. "There's something wrong with your aesthetics. It needs to be fixed." There's something wrong with my aesthetics?" Zhou Jie's words finally hit Kakashi. He was stunned on the spot and looked like he could not believe it. Zhou Jie ignored him and turned to the side, intending to look at the spaceship that he liked. However, at this moment, the electronic advertisement screen facing Zhou Jie suddenly switched to a very cool advertisement. At the end of the advertisement, there was a sentence: "You have the ability, but no money? Come to the Bounty Hunter Alliance. Many missions, low threshold, high returns. That's how cool it is." Bounty Hunter Alliance? Zhou Jie couldn't help but exclaim after watching this wonderful advertisement. He didn't expect that there would be such an advertisement in this day and age. Coincidentally, at this moment, Kakashi walked up. When he heard Zhou Jie mention the Bounty Hunter Alliance, he immediately said, "The Bounty Hunter Alliance, one of the top 5 forces in the Wanhai Star Zone. I didn't expect them to advertise like this. One of the top 5 forces in the Wanton Sea Star field?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but wonder when he heard Kakashi's words. Obviously, he was also interested. Seeing that Zhou Jie was interested, Kakashi chuckled and immediately explained proudly, "The Unfettered Ocean Star region is so big, but is almost divided by these 5 top forces. Each of these 5 top forces is famous in the Unfettered Ocean Star region and has the ability to cover the sky with one hand. Do you want to know which 5 are?" When Zhou Jie heard this, he resisted the urge to kick him and said angrily, "Hurry up and tell me." When Kakashi saw that Zhou Jie's face had darkened, he immediately pouted resentfully and said helplessly, "All right, I'll tell you. These 5 top forces are the Star Sword Alliance, the Bounty Hunter Alliance, the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation, the World Mercenary Group, and the Arcana Land Academy. The Bounty Hunter Alliance is one of the more loosely managed organizations. They mainly rely on recruiting bounty hunters to complete various bounty missions to earn money. Of course, the leaders behind these top forces don't lack money. They just use various methods to recruit strong fighters to join their ranks." "Oh." After listening to Kakashi's explanation, Zhou Jie nodded slightly. When Kakashi saw this, he couldn't help but stare at Zhou Jie with wide eyes. When he saw that Zhou Jie still didn't react, he finally couldn't help but say, Hey, Zhou Jie, you done with just an O? Aren't you going to ask what the other top forces do? Aren't you curious?" After being asked a series of questions by Kakashi, Zhou Jie's expression suddenly stiffened. After thinking about it, he casually said, "All right, then tell me about the other top forces." "That's more like it. Come, let me tell you." When Kakashi heard Zhou Jie's words, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "First of all, this Star Sword Alliance is vaguely the leader of the 5 top forces. Every 20 years, it recruits members from various planets. They value geniuses very much and have even set up an elite training base. The Star Sword Alliance's influence is also the widest. Whether it's politics, economics, culture, or technology, they have a large number of people scattered or gathered together. Then there's this Sky Sea Cosmic Nation, which is also impressive. They can establish an empire on their own and be the ruler of their own country. It's really impressive that they have a dictatorship. Then there's this World Mercenary Group, which is similar to the Bounty Alliance. The only difference is that one is a bounty hunter and usually does missions alone, while the other is a mercenary group and usually has many mercenaries doing bigger missions. Lastly, this Arcana Land Academy is also quite impressive. You should know from the name that it's a school. A school actually became one of the top 5 forces. Can you believe it? Anyway, I believe it. The dean of this academy must be very strong. Otherwise, it's impossible for a school to have such a huge influence with the school's name. After listening to Kakashi's long speech, Zhou Jie felt extremely speechless. He thought to himself, what you're saying is almost the same as not saying anything at all. You're really good at talking. All right, Zhou Jie, I think you can join these top forces to train yourself. This is actually my original intention, Kakashi said again and winked at Zhou Jie. However, Kakashi's strong hints were completely ignored by Zhou Jie. He only said, I can consider it, but let's talk about it after we buy the spaceship. Okay, seeing that Zhou Jie was not interested in him at all, Kakashi could only say helplessly. He then followed Zhou Jie like a child who had done something wrong. About half an hour later, Zhou Jie chose a C-grade spaceship with average flight performance but strong functionality, mainly considering that interstellar flight still relied on G-grade spaceships. After paying the full amount of 198 million star coins on the spot, the staff asked Zhou Jie to wait for a moment and told him that the spaceship he had purchased would arrive within 15 minutes. While waiting, Zhou Jie and Kakashi were arranged to sit down and enjoy free food and drinks. Not long after they sat down, Zhou Jie drank a drink and suddenly said, let's go buy some clothes. Now that I'm no longer an assassin, I can't always dress like this. Hearing that, Kakashi chewed a hard biscuit and said, it's up to you. After all, you'll be able to transform into clothes whenever you want when you become Star-Lord. After hearing that, Zhou Jie remembered that his strength had changed drastically after a month of training in the 6 realms. He was only one step away from the Star-Lord level. Therefore, Zhou Jie thought that it was time for him to pay more attention to the Star-Lord level. Kakashi, I'm already level X. How long do you think it'll take for me to reach the Star-Lord level if I cultivate in the 6 realms again? Kakashi had just swallowed a large jelly, which was stuck in his throat. He swallowed hard and took a sip of his drink before he replied, well, about that, you're cultivating quite fast. If you're lucky, it'll only take you 8 to 10 years. Gudong. Zhou Jie swallowed the drink that he almost spat out. He looked at Kakashi, his eyes almost popping out. What did you say? 8 to 10 years? It only took me a month to go from level S to level X. Why would it take me so long to reach the Star-Lord level? After hearing that, Kakashi rolled his eyes at Zhou Jie and said, the Star-Lord level and the mortal state are 2 completely different concepts. All right? The Star-Lord level is a brand new life level. Their body structure is incomparable to that of the mortal state. They also have the power to control elementary laws. Even the weakest Star-Lord can break mountains and rivers. Tell me, how far away are you from leaving the mountain? After hearing what Kakashi said, Zhou Jie was stunned. He had thought that he would have the combat ability of the threshold of the Star-Lord level after breaking the 10th light ball, but on second thought, it was a joke. Ivan had told him that he would be able to survive the attack of the threshold of the Star-Lord level if he broke the 10th light ball. It didn't mean that Zhou Jie's combat ability had reached the threshold of the Star-Lord level. Besides, the so-called threshold of the Star-Lord level's attack was nothing compared to the strongest attack of the weakest Star-Lord. Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown when he realized that. It seemed that he had underestimated the Star-Lord level. Chapter 44. Even so, 10 years is still too long, isn't it? Although Zhou Jie somewhat understood the gap between him and the Star-Lord level, he still couldn't accept Kakashi's 10 years. After all, he was only 25 years old. Kakashi licked his lips and said, of course, I was just kidding. However, if you cultivate like before, you won't necessarily reach the Star-Lord level in 3 to 5 years. But don't worry, I'll use the resources of the sacred land to cleanse you before you reach the Star Lord level. I guarantee that you'll reach the Star Lord level perfectly. Zhou Jie found that he couldn't resist the urge to beat Kakashi up anymore. The reason was that Kakashi's words were too cheap for someone as honest as Zhou Jie to get used to. About 15 minutes later, Zhou Jie put the C-grade spaceship he had bought into a spatial ring and went straight to the nearest clothing store with Kakashi. After buying the clothes, Zhou Jie was led by Kakashi to a street stall area. The reason why it was called a street stall area was that the things here were sold in an open-air manner. However, this did not mean that the things sold here were relatively cheap. On the contrary, many of the items sold here were the highest value among all the items in the entire Dragon Vein treasure trove. That was because most of the items sold, there were things that cultivators needed. As soon as Zhou Jie entered this area, he became vigilant. This was because he realized that almost everyone here was not ordinary, especially those who had set up stalls to sell things. The vitality and energy in their bodies were extremely terrifying. At the very least, they were S-class experts. At the same time, Zhou Jie's appearance attracted the attention of many people in the area because they could more or less feel how strong Zhou Jie was, especially the experts above S-class. However, after Kakashi led Zhou Jie into the street area, he said to Zhou Jie, as if there were no outsiders, "This is a place specially set up for cultivators. We need to buy some energy crystals and X-class nutrient fluids here." Zhou Jie frowned, but since there were too many people outside, Zhou Jie didn't ask Kakashi what the two things were for. He just nodded and said, "Well, I don't know about that. You can buy whatever you want." Hearing this, Kakashi once again showed his signature smile. He patted his small chest and said, "No problem. Just leave it to me." When Zhou Jie saw this, he suddenly frowned again. What was that? Why did he have a bad feeling? A few minutes later, "Why is it so expensive? Can it be cheaper, boss?" Kakashi had his eyes on a batch of X-class nutrient fluids and was haggling with the seller. "No, this price is already very cheap. Do you think this is a vegetable market where you can bargain whenever you want?" The seller refused immediately. "Io, look at how much I bought. There are 12 bottles in a dozen. Don't you get a discount if you buy more? Give me a discount too." Kakashi rolled his eyes and continued to haggle. The seller's face sank. "I said no. This is the price of our guild. I don't have the final say in the price." "Are you serious?" "Big brother, I see that you're handsome and elegant. You're obviously a big shot. You can't have the final say in such a small amount of money? How is that possible? Big brother, please do me a favor and give me a discount." Kakashi refused to give up and continued to haggle. "Why are you like this?" Big brother, please do me a favor. I have parents and children to take care of. My family is waiting for me to buy the nutrient fluids so that big brother can make a breakthrough. Please do me a favor. Damn, you can afford X-class nutrient fluids and you're still pretending to be poor? No, big brother, listen to me. It's like this. My big brother is crippled. Without this batch of nutrient fluids, he can't be saved. Big brother, please give me a 20% discount. I'm begging you, big brother. No, at most 10% discount. Okay, 10% discount deal. Thank you, big brother. I wish your family happiness and harmony." Zhou Jie stood a dozen meters away and watched Kakashi successfully cut the price. He suddenly felt sweat on his forehead. Sure enough, his premonition wasn't wrong, wasn't it? Kakashi's wave of haggling left not only Zhou Jie speechless, but also the other vendors who saw it. They all thought that they had seen a ghost. There was actually someone who came to the Dragon Vein treasure trove to haggle. Did this person even have any shame? At the same time, these stall owners were also hoping that Kakashi would not buy anything from them. Otherwise, they would definitely be chopped by Kakashi. After that, Kakashi went to another vendor and bought 20 C-grade energy crystals. However, unexpectedly, Kakashi did not haggle this time. It was the vendor who directly said, "Brother, seeing how pitiful you are, I'll give you a 5% discount. It's a small business, so please take care of me." When Kakashi finished buying these two items and ran over to Zhou Jie excitedly, Zhou Jie had the urge to not let others know that he knew him. Fortunately, Zhou Jie overcame this thought and asked Kakashi expressionlessly, "Where did you learn how to haggle? I didn't know that artificial intelligence life forms like you were so powerful." When Kakashi heard the question, he immediately laughed and replied, "Recently, I've been learning the culture of low-level life planets from the universe's network. Haggling can save money, so of course I'll do it. Besides, nutrient fluids are so expensive." When Zhou Jie heard this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. He thought to himself, "What did you learn on the internet? And what did you mean by low-level life planets? Why do you say that we're low-level life planets? Isn't there a majority of human cultivators in the Holy Land?" Zhou Jie asked. "Sai, low-level life planets don't produce low-level life forms, but low-level life forms. 99% of the life planets in the universe are low-level life planets. Generally, they can only produce life forms with a combat power index of less than 1,000. In the Holy Land, most people are at least Star Lords at birth," Kakashi explained casually. This time, Zhou Jie was speechless again. After all this time, he really had to admit that he was a life form from a low-level life planet. After working hard for decades, he was still not as strong as someone who was born in the Holy Land. "Phew, okay, then tell me what these two things are for," Zhou Jie said to Kakashi as they walked out of the stall area. Hearing that, Kakashi first picked up the transparent box in his hand, which contained 12 containers of about 500 milliliters of white liquid. Then Kakashi said, "This is a Class X nutrient fluid. It's very expensive and is designed to help you reach the Star Lord level. You've already experienced the life energy in the 6 realms. As you grow stronger, it will be slower to replenish and repair your consumption. As a matter of fact, the energy there can only strengthen your body below the Star Lord level. For the Star Lord level, although the energy there can still repair your body, it barely has any strengthening effect. Therefore, when you want to break through to the Star Lord level, you'll need this nutrient fluid as energy for your breakthrough. If the Divine Lake in the Holy Land was there, you wouldn't need this garbage at all, as long as—" "Stop, Kakashi!" Zhou Jie stopped him in time. "If you don't have that condition, then don't say it." Seeing Zhou Jie's reaction, Kakashi shrugged and said, "Okay, but with this nutrient fluid and a Star Ocean pill, your breakthrough to the Star Lord level will be quite stable. Now you just need to reach the bottleneck as soon as possible." "Star Ocean pill? You have alchemists in the Holy Land?" Zhou Jie was surprised to hear that. Kakashi instantly rolled his eyes at Zhou Jie. "Of course, the Holy Land has gathered the best people in all the industries in the universe. We have alchemists, pharmacists, alchemists, engravers, and so on. Thankfully, the babies in the Holy Land have to eat this stuff for a while after they're born. Otherwise, the master wouldn't have left such a low-level pill in the sacred palace of inheritance." Zhou Jie heard Kakashi's words. So, the Star Ocean pill that could help him break through is almost as important as the milk powder that the people of the solar system drank in the Holy Land. While Zhou Jie was speechless, Kakashi continued, "Well, these energy crystals are used to provide energy for the spaceship's weapons. They can also be used as the spaceship's energy reserve. The nuclear cannons and laser cannons of a spaceship have to be transferred from the main energy center, which will cause a long delay. Therefore, energy crystals are usually used. The D-grade energy crystals are too expensive to buy, so we have to make do with the C-grade ones for now." Chapter 45. After listening to Kakashi, Zhou Jie looked at the 20 energy crystals the size of a pigeon's egg and couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to sell a few more of the treasures in the sacred palace of inheritance for some money? Is this little bit of crystal stones enough?" Kakashi thought for a moment and answered, "Actually, it's not that I don't want to sell a few more, but the treasures in the sacred palace of inheritance are mostly similar to the golden lotus sword flower. They require a certain level of skill to use them, otherwise, their power will be vastly different. The people in the auction house won't care about this and will deliberately lower the price. Even if the rest are sold, they'll probably only be able to get around 1 billion star coins. It's really not worth it. Besides, if you take out so many treasures at once, what do you think others will think? Be careful not to get yourself killed. Hearing this, Zhou felt that Kakashi's words were reasonable, so he nodded to show that he understood. Then he asked casually, "Then what did you sell for so much money?" Kakashi looked up at Zhou and answered, "I sold a laser gun and 3 weapons that should be worth a few billion star coins, but they're not suitable for you." Zhou, so the billions of star coins were exchanged with treasures worth a few billion star coins? Zhou was really speechless. "Sigh, whatever. Are you done with those things? Can we go now?" Zhou sighed helplessly and asked Kakashi. Kakashi heard this and said to Zhou, "Hey, Zhou, didn't you say that you'll consider joining the 5 top forces after you're done?" Why do you want me to join the 5 top forces so much?" Zhou couldn't help but be puzzled. Kakashi explained, "Didn't I tell you before? You're too weak now. You have to reach the Star Lord level first before you can accept the many inheritances in the sacred ground, such as the 6 Paths world and the supernatural tower. Only Star Lords are qualified to come in contact with them." Zhou looked at Kakashi. Upon seeing Zhou's expression, Kakashi immediately understood what he meant and quickly explained, "Ah, this 6 Paths world is that ball, the transparent one." As Kakashi spoke, he gestured the size of the crystal ball. Zhou suddenly realized that Kakashi was referring to the transparent crystal ball that led to the realm of 6 Paths. Speaking of which, this 6 Paths world looks so ordinary. How can we enter the 6 Paths through it? Asked Zhou all of a sudden. Kakashi had no choice but to explain, "Sigh, don't judge it by its appearance. It looks like a crystal ball." "Oh no, it's a crystal ball. But the extraordinary laws it contains are different. Do you understand? Transcendence laws of nature." Zhou felt that Kakashi was getting more and more ridiculous. Seeing Zhou's reaction, Kakashi became a little anxious. He had to explain it clearly. Look, the water is flowing downwards, right?" And Zhou nodded. "Then why is the water flowing downwards?" Asked Kakashi again. "The planet's gravity." "Then why does the planet have gravity? Does this have anything to do with the extraordinary laws you mentioned?" Asked Zhou helplessly. "Of course it does. The planet's gravity is the law of the universe's operation. It is the supreme law. But the reason why transcendents are transcendents is because they can use their own power to create laws within a certain range. In the laws they create, the water can float up into the sky or move horizontally. You can also make it jump and walk, even Kakashi." When Zhou heard this, he felt like his head was about to explode. So, he stopped Kakashi and said, "All right, that's all for your explanation. I can't understand it anyway. I seriously suspect that you're telling a story or a fantasy novel." When Kakashi heard Zhou say this, he was so angry that his eyes bulged and his nose turned up. He could not help but comment on Zhou. Childish and shallow. Zhou did not expect Kakashi to say that to him. He immediately glared at him. However, before Zhou could say anything, Kakashi immediately shrank back in fear. He lowered his head and quickly said, "Big brother, I was wrong." Zhou was speechless. "What about the supernatural tower? What does it do?" Zhou was not in the mood to argue with Kakashi, so he asked another question. "Well, the supernatural tower. To put it simply, it's used to test your strength. There are 29 floors in the supernatural tower. If you pass them, you can become an elder or a guest of our sacred ground," replied Kakashi. "Oh." Zhou nodded to show that he understood. Then he asked again, "So, you're saying that you want me to join one of the top 5 forces and become a Star Lord as soon as possible? Then you'll arrange for me to get in touch with more sacred ground inheritances?" Hearing Zhou's question, Kakashi was so excited that he hugged Zhou's hand and said, "Wow, Zhou, this is the first time I've realized that you're so smart. Your guess is absolutely correct. So, you're saying that I've always been stupid in your eyes?" Zhou looked at Kakashi and asked. No, that's not what I meant." Well, hey Zhou, no, Jocko, let me explain." Kakashi was about to explain, but Zhou Jie simply walked away. Kakashi had to chase after him and try to defend himself. Soon, Zhou Jie walked to a big screen that happened to be playing an advertisement about the Bounty Hunter Alliance. This time, Zhou Jie paid special attention to the registration address and contact information at the bottom right corner of the advertisement and memorized it. Kakashi quietly followed Zhou Jie and stopped making a fuss. Zhou Jie then turned to Kakashi and said, "Let's go to the 11th Golden Road, opposite the Swiss jewelry store." I'll call a taxi." Kakashi immediately said eagerly, "Didn't you just buy a spaceship? Let's drive it." Zhou Jie said, Does the spaceship have an autopilot system?" Kakashi was stunned. Zhou Jie said helplessly, "I know how to drive a C-grade spaceship." A few minutes later, Zhou Jie arrived at the Bounty Hunter Alliance's registration area, opposite the Swiss jewelry store. It was an ancient palace-like building. Although it was called a palace-like building, it was actually just a hall of the palace. It was about 200 square meters. As soon as Zhou Jie entered, he saw a half circle of counters inside. There were about 20 to 30 people coming and going. Many of them seemed to be doing some kind of business. As it was Zhou Jie's first time here, he did not know what these counters were for. He looked at the stone notice board at the side. There were many things written on it in the standard universal language and the universal language of Coiling Dragon. After reading the notice board, Zhou Jie scanned the counters and then went straight to an empty counter on the left. Kakashi also followed Zhou Jie to the counter. However, his height just happened to be above the counter, so he was directly ignored. "Hello, I want to sign up with the Bounty Hunter Alliance. What do I need to do?" Zhou Jie asked. "Please show me your electronic identity card." The woman who accepted Zhou Jie's application replied to Zhou Jie. The so-called electronic identity card actually only had the effect of being on a local planet. When going to an alien planet, although most things did not require a local identity card, one would at least need to show one's own identity card. It was equivalent to adding a serial number in front of one's name to distinguish between duplicate names and the like. Therefore, Zhou Jie used the computer at the counter to show his electronic identity card. As an assassin, the card was naturally forged. Then, according to the requirements of the receptionist at the counter, he entered some information. Not long after, the receptionist took out a small custom-made badge and handed it to Zhou Jie, saying, "Okay, you have successfully joined the Bounty Hunter Alliance. If you want to accept a higher-level mission, please go to the Bounty Hunter Alliance to take the Bounty Hunter level assessment. The specific information is on this piece of paper. You can take it back and read it." "Okay, thank you." Zhou Jie took the badge and paper, thanked her, and left the registration area with Kakashi. Standing by the street, Zhou Jie skimmed the content on the paper, then frowned. Seeing this, Kakashi could not help but ask, "Jocko, what did you write on that paper?" Zhou Jie looked at Kakashi and handed him the paper, saying, "It's more complicated than I thought. It's a bit troublesome." Chapter 46. After reading the content on the paper, Kakashi scratched his slightly curly black hair and said unconsciously, "So you have to take the Bounty Hunter level test to accept decent missions. If you don't take the test, you'll just be a probationary hunter and can only accept low-level missions. It's useless for you. Why don't we join another force? For example, the Starsor Alliance. If you join them, especially as a member of the Genius Training Group, it'll be easier for you to become a Star Lord," Kakashi suggested to Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie shook his head and said, "No, it's more troublesome. Besides, I'm used to being controlled by others. It makes me feel insecure. That's why I left the Imperial Exterminator Organization." Hearing this, Kakashi nodded in realization. "Then do you still want to take the Bounty Hunter level test?" Zhou Jie thought for a while and said, "Go ahead. Since I've started it, I'll finish it. I also need to train myself through some missions. The feeling of my old life is coming back." When Kakashi heard this, he couldn't help but nod to express his understanding. He knew that Zhou Jie's feeling of the past life referred to when he was an assassin. There was also a period of time when he was constantly doing missions to hone himself. Let's go to the Bounty Hunter Guild test, Zhou Jie said and strode to the parking area of the spaceship not far away. Okay, Jocko. Kakashi replied excitedly and followed Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie piloted the spaceship and directly navigated to the branch of the Bounty Hunter Guild test through the satellite positioning system of the spaceship. There were 5 levels of bounty hunters in the Bounty Hunter Alliance. From low to high, they were titled White Jade, Emerald Gold, Diamond, and Black Gold. Different levels of bounty hunters corresponded to different levels of missions. The higher the level of the mission, the more difficult it would be. Only hunters with a certain level of strength could accept the missions. The bounty hunter level also depended heavily on the hunter's strength. Only with sufficient strength could one obtain the bounty hunter level and identity. As for the bounty hunter missions, there were 11 levels in total. From low to high, they were normal, D, C, BA, SS, epic, legendary, and mythical. Trainee hunters like Zhou Jie, who had not obtained the bounty hunter level, could only accept normal level missions. White Jade badge hunters could accept C and D level missions. Emerald badge hunters could accept White Jade badge hunters missions and missions that were 2 levels higher. Gold badge hunters missions were 2 levels higher than Emerald badge hunters, and so on. In order to accept legendary and mythical level missions, one must first become a hunter with a black gold badge hunter. The Bounty Hunter Guild that Zhou Jie arrived at was located in a grassy area. It was about 2 kilometers away from the city and appeared to be relatively desolate. The Bounty Hunter Guild was also designed and built in the style of an ancient palace. The exterior was dark and solemn, with a hint of gloominess. Zhou Jie walked up the 4-meter-high stairs to the platform in front of the guild gate. Coincidentally, he saw a person walking out of the open gate. The person glanced at Zhou Jie and hurriedly left. Zhou Jie then realized that he had not seen any vehicles or pedestrians since he entered the grassy area. The person just now was the first person he saw here. Zhou Jie judged from the energy waves in his body that the person was at least a level B, which was rare. However, Zhou Jie did not pay too much attention to the person. He just slowed down a little. After sensing the person, he sped up and walked through the gate. The hall was very spacious, about 500 square meters or more. There were more people inside than Zhou Jie expected, but it was not deserted. Zhou Jie saw no less than 50 people at a glance. Some of them were the staff at the side of the counter, about 20 of them. The rest of the people were mostly gathered at the back of the hall, where Zhou Jie entered, near the right wall. Many of them were standing in front of the wall, browsing the contents of the paper nailed to the wall. Zhou Jie was not surprised by this. A large force like this would not usually use the method of posting and accepting missions online. This was because there was a greater risk of information leakage. Moreover, the method was not serious enough. Moreover, the rewards of many missions were not virtual coins, but some special items, such as pills, weapons, or even techniques and skills. This was because the bounty missions were directly determined by the person who posted them. After the rewards were verified by the Bounty Hunter Alliance, the Bounty Hunter Alliance would keep them safe. Although many people felt that this method was very risky, mainly to the person who posted the missions, it was proven that the Bounty Hunter Alliance had never received any complaint from the people who posted the missions or the bounty hunters in the past 1,600 years. Even if there were complaints, they were resolved very well. Zhou Jie also wanted to go to the back of the hall to take a look at the missions on the wall. However, he thought that he was new here and did not know many of the rules, so he went to the front desk to ask the staff first. After he learned that the situation was as he expected, he went to the last mission area. Zhou Jie first followed the staff at the counter and found his information file in a computer at the back. He opened some of the internal communication rights of the bounty hunters and then walked to the mission wall at the side. Jocko, are you going to look at what missions are suitable for you first, and then choose which level of hunter to rely on? Kakashi could not help but ask when he saw that Zhou Jie was not in a hurry to go to the back of the hall for the hunter level assessment. Instead, he was looking at the missions. Yes, Zhou Jie responded, but his eyes began to wander around the wall. Zhou Jie looked for a while and soon found that these missions were divided according to level. The area he was facing was filled with level C missions. At this time, Zhou Jie understood why the others were standing on his left side. It turned out that the missions on the left side were of a higher level, and level C missions were suitable for people around level C. Obviously, most of the bounty hunters in the Bounty Hunter Guild were experts, and their strength was mostly level B or above. Not many people would accept level C missions. Zhou Jie looked to the left and found that there were only 3 to 5 people in front of the level B mission area. Most of the people were gathered in the level A mission area, and there were even 7 or 8 people browsing in front of the level S and above mission areas. Zhou Jie thought for a moment, then walked straight to the leftmost side and stopped in front of the last column of the mission area. Why aren't there any mythical or legendary missions? Zhou Jie looked up and saw the words Epic Mission on the mission area wall in front of him. He could not help but feel puzzled. At this time, Kakashi pulled Zhou Jie's jacket and whispered to Zhou Jie, "Jocko, those people are looking at you." Zhou Jie heard and looked to the right. He found that those who were looking at the missions and did not pay attention to him before were turning to look at him from time to time. Many of their eyes were filled with surprise. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized the reason. He did not pay attention to them and continued to look at the missions on the wall in front of him. Epic Mission. Content. Go to the Zerg planet to kill 2 Zerg kings and take their forearms. A total of 4 guilds in the Bounty Hunter Guild who accepted the mission. Requirements. At least rank X strength, the higher the better. The forearms of the Zerg must not be damaged. After accepting the mission, you can contact Galaxy Munitions Factory to send it to the Zerg planet. Complete the mission within a year after arrival at the Zerg planet. Overdue rewards will be halved, excluding VIP cards. Rewards: 1 billion star coins, Galaxy Munitions Factory VIP card, obtained by spending 1 billion star coins in our factory. 4 Grady energy crystals can be exchanged for 500 million star coins. Publisher: Galaxy Munitions Factory. Release time and deadline: XXX. Zhou Jie looked at the content of the first mission and was a little moved. The reward of this mission, to Zhou Jie, who had never been so rich before, was simply an unimaginable amount of wealth. When Zhou Jie finished looking at the mission, Kakashi also finished looking at it. He immediately grabbed Zhou Jie and said excitedly, "This mission is not bad. Let's not talk about the reward first. That Grady energy crystal is not something that can be bought easily. At least we did not see the Dragon Vein treasure." Chapter 47. When Zhou Jie heard Kakashi's words, he could not help but nod and say, "I understand." However, he did not directly accept the mission. Instead, he browsed through the remaining 4 missions. However, none of the quests in the Epic Quest area were simple. Their rewards were also incomparably generous. Zhou Jie's heart was moved time and time again. He even had a fleeting thought of accepting all of these quests. Just as Zhou Jie finished reading these missions, Kakashi also finished reading them first. After thinking for a while, Kakashi pulled Zhou Jie aside and suggested, "Zhou Jie, why don't you accept this mission to capture a chivalrous expert? Look at the content of the mission. This chivalrous expert is on Coiling Dragon, and this mission was released less than a day ago. What a coincidence! It's practically prepared for you. The reward is as high as 5 billion star coins." When Zhou Jie heard this, he glanced at Kakashi's mission and replied, "I won't accept this mission." Zhou Jie's reply inevitably stunned Kakashi. He immediately asked why. Zhou Jie replied faintly, "Since he's a chivalrous expert, he's not an evil person. I have no enmity with him, so I have no reason to make things difficult for him." When Kakashi heard Zhou Jie's reply, he wondered if his system had short-circuited. The question is, aren't you an assassin? Kakashi could not help but ask again. The meaning of his question was very clear. Zhou Jie glanced at Kakashi. His eyes were clear and confident. Then, he opened his mouth and said only 4 words, "There's a way to kill." The moment Zhou Jie said these 4 words to Kakashi, Kakashi was suddenly stunned. An inexplicable sense of familiarity arose spontaneously, causing Kakashi to sink into memories. Zhou Jie's words made Kakashi try hard to recall, because he felt like someone had said something similar to him. After less than a second, Kakashi remembered that the person who had said something similar to him was his deceased master. Once, his master was the pride of his generation. He was invincible among his peers and looked down on them. He was also so confident, but his eyes were always so clear and bright. It was a kind of confidence and indifference. It was also a kind of embodiment of the innocence of a child who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. When he thought of his master like this, Kakashi suddenly felt a little sad. When he looked at Zhou Jie again, he could not help but have a hint of something like admiration in his eyes. Jaco has the Imperial Universe bloodline. Maybe one day, he will be as strong as Master, or even stronger than Master. When he thought of this, Kakashi's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he excitedly grabbed Zhou Jie's arm. Jaco? Yes, what's the matter? Zhou Jie was just thinking about the selection of missions when he was suddenly pulled by Kakashi. He could not help but look down at Kakashi and ask. Kakashi was stunned when he saw this. He suddenly realized that he had nothing to say to Zhou Jie, or rather, it was inconvenient to say it, so Kakashi laughed awkwardly and said, nothing. I just suddenly feel that you're very handsome. Zhou Jie. After about a minute, Zhou Jie and Kakashi went to the back of the hall. That was the place where the hunter rank assessment was officially held. However, when Zhou Jie walked a little further away, many of the bounty hunters who were still in front of the mission area began to talk among themselves. Who's that guy? Do you know him? No, I've never seen him before. Maybe he's not from planet Panlong. Is that kid a Crimson Gold Hunter? He's been looking for epic tier missions all this time. Haha, I can't feel the strength of his aura. He should be an expert, but I see that he's going to the assessment area. Maybe he's going to take the Crimson Gold Hunter test. Then he's at least tier SS. Amazing, he looks so young. There's no shortage of geniuses in this world. It's just that it's not your turn yet. With Zhou Jie's hearing, he naturally heard some of the discussions, but he did not care. He went straight through the beaded curtain door and entered the back of the hall. The back of the hall was much larger than the front of the hall. It was divided into 2 areas. The area on the left took up about 2/3 of the back of the hall, and the area on the right only took up about 1/3. At this moment, about 20 people were gathered in the area on the left. Some of them were taking the hunter rank assessment, while others were undergoing training. Other than taking the assessment and accepting missions, the Hunter Guild could also conduct field training or exchange between hunters. There were also many speed and strength measuring machines scattered around the area. Zhou Jie had used them in the organization's base before, so he recognized them at a glance. On the right side of the field, there were only 2 people. One of them was sitting at a table by the side of the field, playing a computer game. The other was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the field, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. Zhou Jie judged that this person was at least an SS rank. Although an S rank could also fly for a short period of time and hover in the air easily, staying still for a long time was definitely not something an S rank could do easily. Then, Zhou Jie noticed a notice board on the side. The words on the board were telling newbies like Zhou Jie to go to the area on the left if they wanted to take the Crimson Gold Hunter test, and below, and to go to the area on the right if they wanted to take the Crimson Gold Hunter test, and above. The words were concise and clear. Zhou Jie walked to the area on the right without hesitation. Kakashi wanted to follow, but Zhou Jie quickly turned around and said to him, "Wait for me here. I should be there soon." Okay. Kakashi nodded and obediently stayed where he was. Zhou Jie walked into the Crimson Gold Hunter test area and quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the left side of the area. Damn, who is that guy? I've never seen him before. He's taking the Crimson Gold Hunter test? I've never seen him before either. I come here to train every day. Examiner Yuan, do you know that guy? Someone asked Yuan Shu, who specialized in taking the Diamond Hunter test. Yuan Shu looked at Zhou Jie with some surprise and replied, "I've never seen him before. He's never taken the hunter test here. Huh. At this moment, most of the people on the left side of the area stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to Zhou Jie. Even the hunters who were taking the test were stopped by the examiner. The Crimson Gold Hunter test is rare. Well, it's been a few years, right? It's been more than 10 years. There are still a few diamond hunters every year. While the crowd was still discussing, Zhou Jie had already contacted the examiner. Hello, I want to take the Crimson Gold Hunter test. Is this the place? Zhou Jie asked the young man who was playing a computer game. Hearing this, the young man's eyes widened as he stared at the computer screen. His face showed excitement, but he didn't immediately look up at Zhou Jie. Instead, he replied to Zhou Jie, "Wait a minute." Zhou Jie was taken aback when he heard this. He couldn't help but have some doubts, but Zhou Jie soon understood. A few seconds after the young man said this to Zhou Jie, the computer began to broadcast the battle situation in a low voice. The translation was double kill, 3 kill, 4 hit transcendent, 5 hit unparalleled, 6 hit unparalleled. For more than half a minute, the computer didn't stop broadcasting. When the victory broadcast ended, the young man finally stood up and asked Zhou Jie excitedly, "You want to take the Crimson Gold Hunter test?" Zhou Jie nodded. Yes. At this time, the middle-aged man with short black hair who was sitting in the middle of the field had already walked up to Zhou Jie. He asked the young man, "Julie, is he here to take the Crimson Gold Hunter test?" The young man named Julie nodded. "Yes, Brother Lin. Why don't you take the test?" The middle-aged man named Brother Lin glanced at Zhou Jie, who happened to be looking at him. Seeing Zhou Jie's calm expression, he somehow felt that Zhou Jie wasn't a simple person. So he nodded at the young man and said, "Okay, I'm itching to try." So the young man said to Zhou Jie, "Come, please show me your badge and give me your account number." Through the account number, the young man could access Zhou Jie's basic information in the Bounty Hunter Alliance to confirm Zhou Jie's identity as a hunter. After the test, the young man would enter his new hunter level information. After giving the young man his account number, Zhou Jie asked, "Can I start the test now?" When the young man heard the question, he glanced at Brother Lin. Seeing Brother Lin nod at him, he immediately said to Zhou Jie, "Well, let's begin. This examiner will assess you." Zhou Jie nodded and followed Brother Lin to the center of the field. The young man named Zhu Li quickly went to the computer and entered Zhou Jie's account number. When Zhou Jie's information appeared on the screen, the young man was stunned. What? A normal hunter? Chapter 48. Julie stared at Zhou Jie's information on the screen in shock. His mouth was wide open in disbelief. But soon, Julie realized that Zhou Jie had only registered as a bounty hunter for less than an hour. He's taking the Crimson Gold Hunter test as soon as he joined. He's definitely an expert. Julie could not help but think to himself. Then he looked at the field. Brother Lin was explaining the test to Zhou Jie. The test is very simple, Brother Lin said as he rolled up the sleeves of his checkered shirt. Then he waved his hand behind him. A black alloy stick that was leaning against the wall at the back of the field flew into his hand. "You only need to take 1 hit from me to become a Crimson Gold Hunter. However, Crimson Gold Hunters are divided into different stars. From 1 star to Samsung. The strongest is the Samsung Crimson Gold Hunter. If you can easily take the first hit, then I'll take the second. If you can take the second hit, then I'll take the third. If you can take all 3 hits, then you'll be a Samsung Crimson Gold Hunter. If you can only take 2 hits, then you'll be a 2-star hunter." Understood, Zhou Jie replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes were calm from beginning to end, as if he did not take the examiner in front of him seriously at all. This made Brother Lin inexplicably unhappy. He wanted to test Zhou Jie's strength as soon as possible. The weapons are at the back of the field. Choose for yourself. You can also use your own weapon. When you're ready, we'll begin. Brother Lin reminded when he saw that Zhou Jie was not moved at all. Zhou Jie heard him and said, "I'm ready." Brother Lin frowned slightly. Zhou Jie did not have any weapons with him. Could it be that he wanted to take the test with his bare hands? That was a little too arrogant. Then let's begin. Be careful, Brother Lin said. No longer try and persuade Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie heard him, but did not react at all. He still stood less than 3 meters away from Brother Lin, calmly watching Brother Lin's every move. Swoosh! Brother Lin suddenly moved. With a stride forward, he swung his staff at Zhou Jie. The powerful force caused the alloy staff to distort. In the eyes of those below B rank, Brother Lin's staff was so fast that they couldn't even see his movements or the trajectory of the staff. Oh no, they couldn't see the staff at all. The staff was about to touch Zhou Jie's shoulder. Clang! However, just as Brother Lin was about to hit Zhou Jie's shoulder, the Kadi's blade shot out from Zhou Jie's waist and collided with Brother Lin's alloy staff. A crisp sound was heard. Surprisingly, Zhou Jie did not move, but Brother Lin's body shook, and he took half a step back. Fortunately, the staff did not leave his hand. F***. Other than Brother Lin himself, the person who was most affected by this scene was Zhu Li. He couldn't help but curse. Zhu Li couldn't help but speculate. Although Brother Lin only used 30% of his strength, this guy can't be more than a 1-star red gold rank. He might even be a Samsung. In the field, Brother Lin was also a little shocked. He looked at Zhou Jie in shock and found that Kadi's blade, which had just repelled him, had transformed into the form of a katana and was held by Zhou Jie. At that moment, his eyes couldn't help but shine, and his heart was filled with fighting spirit. Very good. Take my second strike. Brother Lin's body blurred as he spoke, and he swept his staff again without any fancy moves. Zhou Jie's expression remained unchanged this time. He pushed forward with the Kadi's blade and stepped back at the same time. Clang! Zhou Jie's body didn't even sway. He used a half-bow stance and held his saber with both hands to block Brother Lin's strike. Brother Lin, on the other hand, felt as if he had hit a Taiwu alloy plate, a material used in spaceships above grade F that even Star-Lords couldn't damage. The recoil was so strong that he was forced to take a step back. However, Brother Lin didn't stop for long this time. He shouted angrily, "Third strike!" Whoosh! The third strike was slashed diagonally. The enormous energy contained in the staff made the air explode. Zhou Jie's eyes narrowed, and his expression became a lot more solemn, but his movements were still clean and neat. He also blocked the attack with Kadi's blade without any fancy moves. Chi! But this time, there was no loud sound of weapons colliding, because Kadi's blade and the cudgel passed by each other. The tip of the cudgel flew straight out and smashed into the ground behind Zhou Jie, causing a burst of 3 feet of stone dust. The test was over. Zhou Jie looked at the staff in Brother Lin's hand that had been cut off and asked, "Sorry, do I need to compensate you for your weapon?" Brother Lin's eyes were still wide open. He glanced at the alloy stick in his hand and threw it behind him. After muttering something, he said to Zhou Jie, "There's no need for that. This loss is nothing to the Bounty Hunter Alliance. Why would we ask a 3-star Crimson Gold-ranked bounty hunter to compensate us?" "That's good," said Zhou Jie casually and put away the Kadi's blade. Brother Lin couldn't help but smile and say, "You're so young. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even I'm not confident that I can beat you." Zhou Jie knew that Brother Lin hadn't used his full strength in the test, nor had he used any attack skills. However, wasn't it the same for Zhou Jie? He had roughly estimated Brother Lin's strength from the beginning. Brother Lin was a worthy opponent, but Zhou Jie was confident that he could kill him. Therefore, he was fearless. "You flatter me. The test is over. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," said Zhou Jie. He was in a hurry to pick up the mission. Brother Lin didn't expect Zhou Jie to be so unreasonable. He wanted to leave right after the test. It was as if he didn't care about them at all. However, Brother Lin still smiled and said, "All right, but you'll have to wait until you get the Crimson Gold badge. With that badge, you can enjoy the convenient services of the organization in many places." "Yes, of course." Zhou Jie nodded when he heard this. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie received the Crimson Gold Hunter Badge. Even with Zhou Jie's indifference, he felt that the Crimson Gold Hunter Badge was very valuable. It was exquisitely made and beautiful. There were 3 stars engraved at the bottom. Zhou Jie knew that it represented his identity as a Samsung Crimson Gold Hunter. After that, Zhou Jie and Kakashi went to the epic mission area and accepted the mission of hunting the Zergs for him. They went to the counter to complete the relevant procedures and quickly left the Hunters Guild. However, Zhou Jie didn't know that right after he and Kakashi left, the back of the Hunters Guild hall was in an uproar. A group of hunters began to talk about him. On the other hand, Zhou Jie had already contacted the Galaxy Munitions Factory, according to the mission. The Galaxy Munitions Factory immediately said that they would send someone to bring Zhou Jie to planet Zerg. The people from the Galaxy Munitions Factory will be here in 2 hours. Let's find a place to have a drink first. After that, help me gather information about planet Zerg from the internet. After the contact, Zhou Jie said to Kakashi, who was next to him, "All right, no problem, Jocko." Kakashi replied with a childlike smile. Zhou Jie nodded and began to pilot the spaceship to the designated location. He planned to find a coffee shop or something there. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jie and Kakashi sat opposite each other at a table in a tea shop. They each took a sip of a drink that had just been served. Kakashi even excitedly picked up the snacks on the table and ate a few pieces. "Kakashi, how's the gathering of information going?" At this time, Zhou Jie remembered the important matter and asked. Hearing this, Kakashi finished the 2 pieces of chicken in his hand quickly and took a sip of the drink to smooth it out. Then he said, "I've checked. Speaking of which, this planet Zerg is not simple." "What do you mean?" Zhou Jie's interest was piqued when he heard this. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked. So, Kakashi continued, "Speaking of this planet Zerg, actually, this Zerg did not exist there 10,000 years ago. No one knows where they came from. Anyway, one day, a large number of Zerg creatures appeared on the so-called planet Zerg. Because someone discovered the Zerg and brought them to their own planet, it caused a huge disaster. After that, an even bigger disaster happened." "Why do I feel like you're narrating a movie? Can you just tell me what happened?" Zhou Jie rolled his eyes at Kakashi and asked. Okay. Actually, I just want to narrate more in a storytelling atmosphere." Kakashi explained and then continued. "Creatures like Zerg have terrifying reproductive and evolutionary abilities. Didn't you just say that someone brought a few Zerg back to their own planet? It was those few Zerg that were brought back that actually turned the planet into a paradise for Zerg in just a year. The people on that planet became Zerg food." Chapter 49. When Zhou Jie heard this, he could not help but be slightly moved. It sounded like an invasion of alien species, but this was actually the result of a few Zergs brought back by the people of that planet. Since those few Zergs were brought back, it must be because the people of that planet did not think that those few Zerg were much of a threat, but in the end, those few Zergs caused the entire planet to fall. It was really unbelievable. When Kakashi said this, he was afraid that Zhou Jie would not believe him. So he added, "There are still pictures left on the internet." The number of Zergs on that planet later multiplied to the point that they filled the coast. There were also giant Zergs, more than twice the size of whales. Wow, it looked so exciting, so big. As Kakashi said this, he used his hands to gesture outside the floor-to-ceiling window. What happened to those Zergs in the end? They should have been destroyed, right? Zhou Jie regained his calm and said lightly. Anyway, he did not believe that the Zergs could not be dealt with by the human technology there. After all, at least that planet's aerospace technology was mature. Hearing this, Kakashi said, "Well, later, the Federation star system where that planet was located learned of this situation and quickly implemented a rescue. But the situation was not optimistic. The Zerg's vitality was extremely tenacious, and their reproductive ability was so strong. In short, it took many years and a huge price for the Federation star system to help the people on that planet control the damage caused by the Zergs, so that the people on that planet could survive. But this was just the beginning. Kakashi said again, what happened on that planet only let the Federation star system know the horror of the Zergs. So they began to organize teams to go to the Zerg planet, hoping to further understand the reproduction and evolution characteristics of the Zergs so that they could better research and create weapons to deal with the Zergs. Unfortunately, in the end, all this was in vain. Instead, the existence of the Zergs became more and more known. Later, an evil interstellar pirate king appeared and thought of using the powerful vitality and evolutionary ability of the Zergs for his own use. So he also began to study the Zergs. Later, he really succeeded in controlling all the Zergs on the Zerg planet. He also merged with the Zerg Queen and became an inhuman monster. From this, he also obtained extremely terrifying vitality and evolutionary ability, which made his strength change dramatically. This was the beginning of the real nightmare of the Federation star system. The Pirate King himself was very powerful and was a Star Lord. Very few people in the Federation star system could make him afraid. After he controlled the Zergs, he became even more unscrupulous and began to directly try to control all the life planets in the entire Federation star system. Kakashi paused and took a sip of his drink before continuing. Speaking of which, the Federation star system finally gathered all its forces to fight against the Pirate King, but in the end, they were still defeated. Many planets were invaded by the Zergs, and the people were in an abyss of suffering. Finally, one day, Kakashi suddenly raised his voice, startling Zhou Jie, who was originally speechless. A man named Li Feng appeared. He wore silver armor and held a silver moon saber in his hand. He single-handedly killed thousands of Zergs and killed his way to the Pirate King. He said one thing to the Pirate King, and this sentence was recorded in the history of that star system. When Zhou Jie heard this, he lowered his head and took a sip of his drink, appearing extremely indifferent. Kakashi saw Zhou Jie's indifferent look and was immediately discouraged. He continued, well, that Li Feng said, I will not allow you to destroy the home I protect. Then Li Feng raised his saber and directly cut down the Pirate King. All the Zergs controlled by the Pirate King instantly lost control and even killed each other. After that, they were suppressed by the people of the Federation star system. This Li Feng was later praised as the war god of blades in that star system. He was also written in a history book called Legend of the Heroes of the Galaxy. He was really cool. Kakashi finished excitedly, took another sip of his drink, and smacked his lips. Seeing that Kakashi had finished, Zhou slowly looked up at Kakashi and said, the story is not bad. As long as you have the information about the Zergs, that's enough. Summarize it for me, and I'll take a look myself. Okay, Jocko. When Kakashi heard this, how could he not know that Zhou Jie meant that he had just said a bunch of nonsense? He just wanted to know about the Zerg's combat power. As for the story about the Zergs, what was the use of telling him? Right, that Li Feng, what do you think his strength is? Zhou Jie suddenly asked again. Although he was not very interested in the story of the Zergs, he was still very sensitive to the strong. Therefore, he asked this question. When Kakashi heard this question, he immediately replied excitedly, it's also on the internet. After that star system technology developed again and connected to the Star Zone network, someone did some research and finally concluded that Li Feng should have reached the Horde leader level. That's why he was so strong. Horde leader level? Zhou Jie asked subconsciously. He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. One slash from the Horde leader level can split the mountains and split the seas? Zhou Jie suddenly asked again. Kakashi immediately understood Zhou Jie's thoughts. He was a little disgusted, but he still said, split the mountains and split the seas? That 9-star lord can do it. Horde leaders and star lords are on completely different levels. One slash from a Horde leader level can split a planet in half, and this is when he just entered the Horde leader level. If he was a 6-domain Horde leader, he can split a star in half with one slash. Zhou Jie. Kakashi saw that Zhou Jie was a little shocked and felt a little proud. Then, he thought of something and hurriedly added, The Star Lord level is divided into 9 stars, and the Horde Leader level is divided into 6 domains. I'll tell you when you reach that level. Okay, I got it. Zhou Jie nodded, seeming somewhat powerless. Indeed, the strength of these realms mentioned by Kakashi made Zhou Jie yearn for them, but at the same time, he also felt that he was too far away and felt somewhat powerless to reach them. 2 hours later, Zhou Jie and Kakashi boarded the shuttle sent by the Shinha Munitions factory. They were expected to arrive at Planet Zerg in about a month. During the 1-month journey, Zhou Jie naturally did not choose to relax. Instead, he trained crazily for more than a month in the gravity control room provided by the shuttle, using the 100 times standard gravity provided by the gravity control room. The standard gravity of each star field or sector was slightly different, but most were less than 10 N. When Zhou Jie was informed that they were about to arrive at Planet Zerg, he came out of the gravity control room. His muscles were overflowing with light, as if they were made of fine iron. However, this was also a kind of radiation released after the high-level energy in his body was compressed. It made him look like he was glowing, and it gave ordinary people a strong sense of oppression. When Kakashi saw Zhou Jie's shirtless appearance at the door, his eyes almost popped out. His eyes seemed to be glowing, which made Zhou Jie feel a little confused. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie finished a shower, put on the Netherworld battle suit, and came to the front of the shuttle. At this time, the shuttle was about to land. At this time, a beautiful woman in a military green uniform came forward and said respectfully to Zhou Jie, "Sir, the shuttle is about to land. Please be prepared. If there is anything you need, you can tell us now. We will do our best to prepare it for you." Hearing this, Zhou Jie thought for a while and looked at Kakashi. Seeing that Kakashi was looking at him without saying anything, he said without turning his head, "I don't need anything, thank you." Soon after, the shuttle landed. After the hatch opened, Zhou Jie and Kakashi got off the shuttle. When Zhou Jie stepped on the rocky surface of a Zerg planet, he realized that the gravity of the Zerg planet was much stronger than normal planets. As for the almost oxygen-free environment due to the thin atmosphere, Zhou Jie already knew about it, but he didn't care. With his strength, he didn't need to breathe oxygen anymore. He was used to the vacuum of space because he had simulated it when he was an assassin. However, due to the supergravity and thin air, Zhou Jie lost the ability to fly here. P.S. Cultivators below the Star Lord level mainly rely on their mental power to control the wind and carry their own weight. However, mental power is a soul-type energy, and there's a big difference between the effect of mental power on living and dead things. Because living things have souls, they can resist the influence of mental power. Therefore, although Zhou Jie could unleash dozens of tons of force with his mental power, he couldn't even fly on a Zerg planet. This is also why Zhou Jie can't use his mental power to directly kill cultivators 2 or 3 levels weaker than him. Zhou Jie and Kakashi didn't walk far before the shuttle took off and left. Zhou Jie wasn't worried. With Kakashi there, he could contact him to pick him up at any time, but of course, that would be after he finished the mission. Let's go. Zergs generally live in groups, and hunting is also a group activity. Let's find a Zerg first, then we can follow the vine to find the melon. Zhou Jie greeted Kakashi and took the lead to walk to the side. Chapter 50. Kakashi quickly followed and scanned the surrounding environment. He said to Zhou Jie, "Jocko, there's water nearby. If there's water, there should be Zergs." Oh, Zhou Jie stopped when he heard this. Only then did he remember that Kakashi was still a super artificial intelligence. Its detection ability was stronger than his perception, so he immediately asked, "Where is the water? Lead the way." Kakashi nodded and said, "Follow me, it's here." After saying that, Kakashi trotted to the side, and Zhou Jie followed him in a flash. 2 minutes later, Zhou Jie followed Kakashi for almost a kilometer. They went over a hill and saw a small stream not far away. "I didn't expect you to run so fast," Zhou Jie suddenly said to Kakashi. Kakashi heard and said matter-of-factly, "Of course my legs are long." Zhou Jie glanced at Kakashi's legs under his black suit pants. Compared to Kakashi's height, his legs were really long, but Kakashi was not even 4 meters tall. Zhou Jie did not say anything, but turned to look at the stream not far away and said, "Let's go and see if we can find any footprints of Zergs." Hearing this, Kakashi responded, and the two of them came to the edge of the stream. The stream was very clear. Zhou Jie even saw a palm-sized, soft-bodied creature at the bottom of the stream. It looked very strange, and Zhou Jie did not know what kind of creature it was. Kakashi also saw the strange, soft-bodied creature, but he said, "The Zerg planet is still a primitive planet. Other than the Zergs, there are basically some invertebrates. There are also reptiles, but they have been eaten by the Zergs long ago." Zhou Jie did not say anything. He scanned the sides of the stream carefully and finally found some obvious footprints of life. Zhou Jie stepped to the other side of the stream and came to a broken rock surface. He squatted down and looked. Kakashi also came behind Zhou Jie at this time. After seeing the rock surface that Zhou Jie was looking at, he said, "This must be left behind by a large Zerg. There are not many Zergs that can break a rock surface with 1 foot. The Zerg King you are looking for belongs to this kind of Zerg." Zhou Jie stood up, as if he didn't hear Kakashi's words. He stepped forward and walked quickly to the side. Zhou Jie had only taken a few steps forward when Kakashi suddenly shouted at Zhou Jie, "Hey, Jocko, I found a Zerg." However, Zhou Jie did not stop. Instead, he lowered his voice and shouted, "Follow me." After a while, Zhou Jie and Kakashi climbed over a few hills and saw a huge rock mountain about 100 meters away. The rock mountain was more than 1,000 meters wide. Its height was average, only about 100 meters. The mountain peaks were naturally low, but there were many of them, making it look very rugged. Kakashi saw the rock mountain and immediately said to Zhou Jie, "Jocko, that should be the Zerg nest. I could sense a lot of life energy inside." Zhou Jie nodded slightly and then said, "I don't know if there's a Zerg King here. Kakashi, do you think it's better to rush in directly or find a way to lure the Zerg out?" Kakashi was startled by the question. He immediately said to Zhou Jie, "Jocko, don't be kidding. We will die if we rush in. Don't be fooled by the fact that most of these Zergs don't have the combat power of Grade B. With such a large number, even a Grade S expert would not be able to withstand their siege. Besides, in such a large nest, there must be large Zergs with the combat power of Grade A and above. Some Zergs can also spray corrosive venom. If there is a Zerg King General with the combat power of Grade X, then we probably won't be able to get out," Kakashi added. Zhou Jie immediately realized that what he had just said was stupid. He nodded and said, "Then let's find a way to lure them out and attack me. There are high grounds here, which are easy to defend and hard to attack." This time, Kakashi also nodded and said, "Okay, that's safer. Kakashi, you said that your body is so tough that even Star-Lords can't hurt you, right?" Zhou Jie asked Kakashi at this moment. Kakashi was about to nod when he suddenly noticed that Zhou Jie was looking at him in a weird way. He was stunned and said with a stiff smile, "Well, yes, Jocko, you don't want me to lure the Zergs, do you?" Unexpectedly, Kakashi really asked. Zhou Jie nodded without hesitation. "Yes, they can't hurt you anyway. Isn't that great?" "I don't. I'm so scared." Kakashi suddenly trembled. Zhou Jie was speechless. He suddenly said, "I suspect that you are a girl." This time, Kakashi jumped up and said, "Who said that?" "I, Kakashi, am a man. I'll go." Zhou Jie was dumbfounded. About a minute later, Kakashi was chased by a few giant scorpion Zergs at the entrance of the Zerg's nest. However, a few Zergs were definitely not enough. Hence, Kakashi started to yell. At the same time, he ran and shouted at the Zergs passing by, "Come here." Therefore, after another minute or so, Kakashi ran a circle around the Zerg nest and was successfully chased by hundreds of Zergs of different sizes and types. Moreover, there was an endless stream of Zergs coming out of the Zerg nest after hearing the commotion and gathering into the large group that was chasing Kakashi. With such results, Kakashi could be considered to have succeeded. He immediately ran towards a narrow highland where Zhou Jie was and shouted at Zhou Jie, "Jocko, save me! Ah!" Zhou Jie stood up from the top of the highland and took in a number of Zergs chasing Kakashi in one glance. He estimated that there were at least 1,000 Zergs. Instantly, his face became extremely serious. At this moment, Kakashi's running speed was faster than a cheetah. Even the fastest 8-legged Zerg could not catch up with Kakashi. Therefore, Zhou Jie was not worried about Kakashi's safety. As long as Kakashi ran past his position, the rest would naturally be left to him to handle. With the blade of Kadi's in hand and the spiritual force field fully activated, the 100 meters around Zhou Jie instantly became so quiet that there was not even a trace of wind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The golden lotus sword flower dispersed into 144 golden swords and divided into 4 groups. Each group had 36 golden swords, forming a triangular sword formation. They appeared in the front, back, left, and right of Zhou Jie respectively, ready to attack at any time. "Jocko, it's all up to you." Kakashi ran past Zhou Jie. Some of the Zergs behind him were already close to the highland and were less than 100 meters away from Zhou Jie. Among them, the 8-legged Zerg's spider form had the fastest moving speed, exceeding 20 meters per second. They quickly advanced towards the highland. At this moment, Zhou Jie activated a group of golden swords in front of him and launched an attack on the first batch of 8-legged Zergs. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The triangular sword formation, formed by the 36 golden swords, was like a bolt of golden lightning. It instantly shot into the body of an 8-legged Zerg and scattered out of its body. In the blink of an eye, the 8-legged Zerg was covered in wounds and fell to the ground. Its 8 legs were twitching, and it looked like it was about to die. Zhou Jie followed the same pattern and used 4 triangular sword formations together. In less than 10 seconds, 12 8-legged Zergs were killed halfway up the slope. However, there were more than 50 8-legged Zergs rushing towards him. Zhou Jie did not have the time to kill them all before they got close. After the triangular sword formation pierced through a few more 8-legged Zergs, a few fearless 8-legged Zergs finally jumped back and pounced towards Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie did not panic. The 144 golden swords shrank into a semi-arc and gathered in front of him. Then, in an instant, they shot out and pierced the 8-legged Zergs in mid-air. However, the vitality of Zergs was generally strong. Just a few small piercing wounds were not enough to cause them to die quickly. Therefore, Zhou Jie was already prepared. He slashed a few times with the blade of Kadi's and chopped the few 8-legged Zergs in front of him into pieces. The dark green blood of the Zergs scattered across the sky. This time, seeing the bodies of their companions being directly torn apart, the Zergs at the back instantly felt fear. They stopped and retreated down the slope. Previously, when the golden swords pierced through the 8-legged Zergs, they did not die immediately and did not bleed much. Therefore, the 8-legged Zergs with average intelligence did not feel fear. Chapter 51. However, this did not mean that Zhou Jie had scared off a large group of Zergs just like that. The different types of Zergs had different functions and positions in the Zerg system. The difference in strength between each type was also very huge. The strength of the 8-legged Zergs could only be considered below average in the Zerg community. Hence, their casualties only scared off a large portion of the weaker Zergs. Although these Zergs had gradually stopped charging forward, they also started to retreat to the sides, opening up an obvious path. This allowed some of the giant scorpion Zergs and giant crocodile head Zergs to rush to the front and continue to close in on Zhou Jie at the top of the slope. Poisonous scorpion Zergs and crocodile teeth Zergs are all A-class Zergs. However, in such a situation, even an S-class Zerg can only flee at the sight of them. It is impossible to fight against them. Zhou Jie had read a lot of information about Zergs in detail. Naturally, he could recognize the different types of Zergs in front of him. Poisonous scorpion Zergs and crocodile teeth Zergs could be said to be the 2 most powerful types of Zergs in this batch. More than 50 poisonous scorpion zergs and crocodile teeth zergs took the lead and rushed up to the high ground. The zergs behind them, who were originally afraid, no longer swarmed forward. They looked like they were going to crush Zhou Jie into pieces. It had to be said that facing such a zerg tide, Zhou Jie also felt a lot of pressure. When the poisonous scorpion zergs and crocodile teeth zergs were about 100 meters away from him, he controlled the golden lotus sword and turned it into a rain of swords. Like a net filtering a school of fish, it pierced towards the zergs that were gathered together. Regardless of whether it was the poisonous scorpion zergs or crocodile teeth zergs, their scales were comparable to steel. Under the scales, there was a thick membrane. The defense on their backs was enough to withstand super armor-piercing bullets. Zhou Jie even had some understanding of their structure and knew that their weak point was the abdomen that was close to the ground. However, Zhou Jie's golden lotus sword still descended from the sky and chose to directly pierce through the poisonous scorpion zergs and crocodile teeth zergs. The terrifying strength of a rank X was not to be underestimated. Wherever the golden lotus sword flower passed by, the venomous scorpion zerg and crocodile tooth zerg bodies were instantly pierced through. Their strong vitality was rapidly drained away. After charging forward for a while, they crashed onto the ground. However, just like the previous eight-legged zergs, this did not scare off the venomous scorpion zergs and the crocodile tooth zergs. They continued to pounce forward, even crushing the corpses of their comrades. They charged towards Zhou Jie without any regard for their lives. With a blade of Cadiz in hand, Zhou Jie instantly disappeared from the spot and pounced on the nearest venomous scorpion zerg, Pucci. The slash was clean and neat. As the venomous scorpion zerg body was comparable to an adult bull, Zhou Jie only needed to lower his body to be able to slice the blade of Cadiz into its abdomen. With the sharpness of the blade of Cadiz, Zhou Jie was able to slice this venomous scorpion zerg effortlessly. However, the strong vitality of the venomous scorpion zerg prevented it from dying even though half of its body was sliced off. This venomous scorpion zerg that was sliced by Zhou Jie instead let out a strange, ear-piercing screech and used its thick tail to attack Zhou Jie at lightning speed. Of course, Zhou Jie would not choose to engage in a battle of attrition. With his slash, just now, the death of this venomous scorpion zerg was only a matter of time. His attack succeeded. When the venomous scorpion zerg was waving its tail, he pierced through the back of another venomous scorpion zerg like a gust of wind. Along the way, he used the blade of Cadiz to slice open its abdomen. The energy of the blade entered the zerg's body and destroyed most of its vitality. Swish, swish, swish. Pucci, pucci, pucci. Zhou Jie was like a gust of wind shuttling through the group of zergs. Wherever he passed, the zergs would immediately attack fiercely in one direction. After that, their bodies would twitch, and not long after, they would crash onto the ground and die. At this time, Kakashi was hiding behind a rock at the back of the slope. He stuck his head out and looked at the top of the slope from time to time. After making sure that Zhou Jie had blocked the large group of zergs, he sat down on the ground and patted his little belly with his hand. Oh my, that really scared me to death. Luckily, Jocko was able to hold on. Otherwise, he would have been kicked around like a ball by that group of zergs. Just thinking about it is scary. After sitting for a while, Kakashi got up. He was hesitating whether to go to the top of the slope to watch Zhou Jie's battle. Suddenly, his expression changed, from calm to frightened in an instant. F***, what's wrong with these zergs? They even know how to surround and attack. The reason why Kakashi said this, and his expression changed drastically, was because he had just detected a large number of Zerg's life energy rushing past the left and right sides of the slope. They were starting to gather behind Zhou Jie, where he was. After the shock, Kakashi quickly thought of a possibility. This made the corner of his mouth twitch. Holy sh**t. I actually encountered a Queen Zerg's nest. The reason why Kakashi was so shocked was that the situation of Zerg nests had to be explained. Zerg nests were generally divided into three types. One was a normal nest, one was a Queen Zerg nest, and the last type was a Queen Zerg nest. But first of all, the Queen Zerg nests on the Zerg planet were still under the control of the Federation star system. The Federation star system had specialized personnel who were in charge of looking after them and conducting some secret research. Outsiders who came to the Zerg planet could not easily get close to the Queen Zerg nests. As for the remaining two types of nests, most of them were normal nests, and the Zerg Queen's nests were relatively rare. Especially once a Zerg's nest was discovered, the Zerg there would quickly migrate to another place. For Zhou Jie to see such an obvious nest, and the probability of it being a Zerg Queen's nest, that was really, his luck was not too bad. The reason why Zerg nests were divided into Queen Zerg nests and normal nests was because Zergs were mainly born from Queen Zergs. Then, the Zergs born from the Queen Zergs would self-mate and reproduce. From there, they would continue to produce offspring and evolve into new species. Therefore, the Zergs in normal nests could be said to be offspring Zergs. They were generally weaker and less intelligent. Meanwhile, the first-generation Zergs of the Queen Zerg nest, including the Queen Zerg itself, were quite intelligent. They even had specialized brain Zergs, whose intelligence exceeded that of ordinary adults. They could specifically command other Zergs with lower intelligence. The reason why Kakashi believed that they had encountered the Zerg Queen's nest was because those Zergs that had surrounded them were 100% under the command of the Brainworm Zerg. That was why they had done so. I have to tell Jocko about this as soon as possible. Our luck is too bad. Although there must be a Zerg King General in the Queen Zerg nest, even a Star-Lord would have trouble dealing with so many first-generation Zergs working together. I don't think even Jocko can handle it. Kakashi said. He no longer cared about the Zergs in front of him and ran towards the top of the slope. Half a month ago, on the Black Feather planet of the Blue River Galaxy, the Blackbird Assassin Organization of the Black Feather planet had a higher status in the Blue River Galaxy than the Imperial Assassin Organization in the Silver Galaxy. At this moment, on the rooftop of the central building of the Blackbird Assassin Organization's headquarters base, the founder of the Blackbird Assassin Organization, the Black Feather Planet Master, was sitting face-to-face with Raka and Kane. This person, called Zhou Jie, recently became a pure gold hunter in the Bounty Hunter Alliance. I happen to be the Vice President of the Bounty Hunter Alliance branch. His information was specially sent to me. You too, take a look and see if he's the Zhou Jie you're looking for. The Black Feather Planet Master was wearing a black robe. His face was as delicate and fair as a handsome man in ancient times. As he spoke, he looked very languid. Deep in his long and narrow eyes, there seemed to be a frightening, fierce light flashing constantly. Hearing this, Raka picked up the information on the table and read it carefully. Immediately, his eyes shone with excitement and his body trembled as he said, Yes, it's him. It's him, Zhou Jie. However, Raka was only excited for a moment before he fell into shock again. But that's not right. How can he be a Class X? I fought with him less than 3 months ago. At that time, he was at most Class S. How can he become so strong so quickly? Kim was also very shocked at first. Hearing this, he suddenly thought of something and frowned. If I remember correctly, Zhou Jie was only a Class A when he betrayed the organization. That was less than 4 months ago. Kane's words completely reminded Raka. He immediately thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. This time, he was even more shocked. How was that possible? He grew so fast after leaving the organization. The Black Feather Planet Master narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and a strange smile appeared. According to what you said, this Zhou Jie is indeed very interesting. You want me to kill him? I'm suddenly very interested. But the price now might have to be raised a little. Chapter 52. When Raka heard what the Black Feather Star Master said, he immediately said excitedly, As long as you can kill Zhou Jie, I, Raka, am willing to follow you for the rest of my life and serve you faithfully. Raka. Hearing Raka's straightforward words, Kane, who knew him well, was shocked. He even thought that Raka was crazy and wanted to remind him. However, when Raka saw Kane's reaction, He said to Kane forcefully without turning his head, "Since I have found Zhou Jie, this may be the last chance for me to avenge my brother. No matter what, I don't want to let this go. Moreover, you know about Zhou Jie's situation. He has grown so fast. If we let him live today, perhaps one day, the Imperial Exterminator Organization will be destroyed because of him." Kane's body shook when he heard that, but he didn't say anything in the end. When the Black Feather Star Master heard that Raka was willing to follow him, he was also very happy. Although he was a Star Master and had more than one or two strong men like Raka and Kane as his subordinates, they only submitted to his powerful strength. There was no one who was truly loyal to him and would follow him. Therefore, for the Black Feather Star Master to follow someone like Raka, who had the potential to reach the peak of level X in the future, was something that could only be found by chance. This was not only because Raka was useful to him, but also because it could show his own charm. The Black Feather Star Master naturally desired it. Therefore, the Black Feather Star Master smiled even more brightly. He nodded and said, "Very good. If you are willing to follow me, then I will definitely help you get rid of Zhou Jie." "Thank you, Star Master. I, Raka, hereby swear that I will be loyal to the Black Feather Star Master and will never betray you," Raka said immediately. His expression was still cold. Zerg Planet. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Zhou Jie was like the afterimage of the Grim Reaper. Wherever he passed, dark green Zerg blood kept splattering. Occasionally, there were Zerg's broken limbs flying. The Zerg's ear-piercing and deep cries resounded throughout the high ground. One by one, the venomous scorpion Zergs and giant crocodile Zergs were killed by the Kadi's blade. The more Zhou Jie killed, the faster he became. Finally, the Zergs felt fear again. This time, whether it was the venomous scorpion Zergs, giant crocodile Zergs, or other Zergs, they all began to flee. Zhou Jie wanted to take the opportunity to catch up and kill a few more Zergs, but he was blocked by a group of flowery mouth Zergs, also known as grenadier Zergs, who spat out corrosive venom from their mouths. Zhou Jie had no choice but to retreat back to the high ground and continue to occupy the advantageous terrain, waiting for the Zergs to make their next move. At this moment, Kaka ran to the top of the slope and saw that Zhou Jie had just defeated the Zerg. He hurriedly shouted, "Jocko, Jocko, something is wrong, something is wrong." Zhou Jie heard Kakashi shouting behind him. He could not help but be shocked. He turned around and asked, "What's going on?" Therefore, Kakashi told Zhou Jie about the situation, that he was about to encircle the Zergs, and explained that it was very likely that they had encountered the Zerg Queen's nest. The Zergs in the Zerg Queen's nest are too scary. "Jocko, I'm afraid you can't deal with them alone. Let's retreat first, and think of a way to find the Zerg Queen later," Kakashi finally suggested anxiously. Zhou Jie also frowned when he heard that. He hesitated for about a second and said, "Okay, let's retreat first." In this kind of situation, if it was a person who lacked rationality, he might choose to continue killing because he was too engrossed in killing and relying on his strength to lure the Zerg Queen out. However, as an assassin, Zhou Jie was very clear about the consequences of choosing to continue fighting in this kind of situation. Just like what Kakashi said, the Zerg Queen's nest was not to be trifled with. If the Zergs really completed their encirclement, just killing their way out now could become a problem. After making the decision, Zhou Jie directly jumped down the slope in the direction where Kakashi was. He jumped straight to the halfway position of the slope. After a mid-air roll to reduce the force, he landed on the ground and rushed out like lightning. "Wow, Jocko, wait for me." Kakashi was shocked when he saw that. He immediately reacted and ran madly towards Zhou Jie. It was not that Zhou Jie did not care about Kakashi. The main reason was that Kakashi was invulnerable and immune to all poisons. The Zergs could not hurt him. Therefore, in the current situation, he still chose to escape the encirclement of the Zergs first. When the time came, if Kakashi could not escape in time, he would turn back to save him. Not long after Zhou Jie started to escape, the Zergs that were originally repelled by Zhou Jie suddenly seemed to be controlled by something. They swarmed forward again and started across the high ground and surround Zhou Jie. Oh no, it's too late. Zhou Jie ran down the high ground and quickly went over a hill. However, in the process of going down the hill, he saw many zergs of all sizes climbing up the hill. They were densely packed on the hill. Moreover, on the left and right sides of the hill, a large number of zergs also appeared. In addition to the zergs that were surging from the high ground behind him, Zhou Jie's 4 escape routes were completely blocked in an instant. Therefore, Zhou Jie simply stopped in his tracks. He stood at the top of the hill and coldly scanned the countless zergs that were beginning to shrink the encirclement. At this time, Kakashi also jumped up from behind Zhou Jie. Seeing that Zhou Jie had stopped, he supported Zhou Jie and was about to catch his breath. Then he saw the densely packed zergs coming from the opposite side of the hill and below. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and bumped his head into Zhou Jie's arm. He said, "Mamma mia! Jocko, what should we do now?" Kakashi tried hard to make himself stand up straight. He grabbed Zhou Jie's left hand with both hands and asked with a trembling voice, "Do you like it cold or hot?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Jie calmly asked Kakashi. Kakashi was suddenly speechless. "Jocko, you still have the mood to joke at this time? How can I not be kicked like a ball? Let's do it. Use the sky flipping seal, and try to help me block the zergs behind and on the sides. Then, follow me closely." With the Kadi's blade in hand and the netherworld armor extended to cover his face, Zhou Jie did not continue to joke. He calmly said to Kakashi, "Okay, Jocko, it's up to you to open a bloody path." Kakashi heard this and immediately encouraged Zhou Jie and himself. However, his body could not help but shiver. Zhou Jie did not respond because the nearest group of zergs had already started to climb the hill they were on. Therefore, without saying anything, Zhou Jie called out 144 golden swords and started the massacre. Yam 8, Wild Blade Zerg, S-Class Zerg Combat Power. After Zhou Jie rushed out, only then did Kakashi notice that the few Vanguard Zergs in front of Zhou Jie were actually Wild Blade Zergs that were 1 level stronger than the Poisonous Scorpion Zerg and the Giant Crocodile Zerg. He could not help but cry out, 1, 2, Mommy, 9 Wild Blade Zergs. While Kakashi was complaining for Zhou Jie was facing a Wild Blade Zerg that had mantis arms. Swoosh! Kadi's blade was like lightning, cutting into the chest of the Wild Blade Zerg and splitting its body open like a hot knife through butter. This Wild Blade Zerg's reaction was twice as fast as the Poisonous Scorpion Zerg. However, when it waved its 4 blades and wanted to strangle Zhou Jie had already moved from its chest to its tail. The Kadi's blade also caused this Wild Blade Zerg's stomach to be split open in an instant. The intense pain caused this Wild Blade Zerg to be unable to control its own attacks. Its waving blades could only poke its own bleeding abdomen twice, after which it weakly supported itself on the ground. After easily killing this Wild Blade Zerg, Zhou Jie's body was also bathed in the brown blood of the Wild Blade Zerg, and he was completely surrounded by the Zergs. The golden lotus sword flower turned into a rain of swords, like locusts, unceasingly sweeping past one low-level Zerg after another, causing them to be unable to approach Zhou Jie and interfere with him. Therefore, although Zhou Jie was surrounded by Zergs, he was actually only facing a few large-sized Wild Blade Zergs nearby. It was just that the Wild Blade Zerg was an S-rank Zerg. Previously, Zhou Jie was only able to kill it in a one-on-one, taking advantage of its unpreparedness. Now that he was facing 4 to 5 Wild Blade Zergs at the same time, Zhou Jie also had to consider self-defense and evasion. He could not easily take the risk of attacking like just now. Kill! Zhou Jie let out a low roar, the long-suppressed bloodlust erupting out. He leaned forward and launched an attack on the nearest Wild Blade Zerg. Kacha! Apart from the abdomen of the Wild Blade Zerg, the rest of its body was as hard as diamond. In addition to its thick layer of protective body fat, even if Zhou Jie used Kadi's blade to slash, it could only break one side of its body armor, but could not cause any substantial damage. Swish, swish. The Wild Blade Zerg's counterattack was also very swift. The reason why Zhou Jie was not able to directly slash at the Wild Blade Zerg's chest and abdomen was because he had used his blade to defend in time. In addition, there was still another Wild Blade Zerg attacking from the side. Zhou Jie had no choice but to use his blade to slash at the side of the Wild Blade Zerg in front of him and quickly dodge to this side to avoid the counterattack of the two Wild Blade Zergs. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.